check, check. Just doing a quick check, 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 check.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. This is a public hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2020, the 50th anniversary, I have to note, of the first Earth Day. So happy Earth Day, everyone. Being held in accordance with the provisions of the Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Town of Chatham Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Chapter 272. My name's Janet Williams. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission, and I am opening this hearing at 9:03 a.m. Just a note that today's hearing is being conducted via remote teleconference pursuant to Governor Baker's 2 emergency orders. Every effort is being made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the orders. And a reminder that persons watching on Channel 18 who would like to participate in this meeting while it's in progress may do so by calling the phone number that's displayed on the screen. The agenda and copies of all documents for review today have been posted on the town website. And then a quick note about how we are going to be proceeding over the next month, maybe. As we noted at the hearing on April 8th, all statutory and regulatory deadlines applicable to conservation commissions across the Commonwealth have been suspended. This includes requirements that commissions take action, whether that's opening a hearing or issuing an order of conditions within 21 days. The Act also provides that this suspension of deadlines will continue in place until 45 days after the governor lifts the state of emergency order. And it also includes a waiver of expiration dates for existing orders and applications. So the Conservation Commission is addressing applications according to a number of factors, including the date each one was filed, the level of detail provided for or missing from the proposals, and the relative complexity of the proposals. We are currently working with applications that were submitted before March 10th and that have begun the hearing process. At the hearing that is scheduled for May 13th, we'll be working to finalize applications that are not completed today, and we may begin hearing applications that were filed after March 10th. There were approximately 18 applications filed before March 26th, and then 2 additional applications were filed before April 10th. These are all scheduled technically for the May 13th hearing date, but most won't be heard that date. We are going to be scheduling all these new applications based on the factors I listed above. We will be providing plenty of notice to all applicants respecting the date that each scheduled hearing will be held well in advance of the hearing date. So stay tuned if you have an application that has been filed but hasn't yet begun the hearing process. So for today, the conservation agent, Callie Harper, is controlling the Teams platform. She has begun by muting all participants. If you are joined late or you notice that you are not muted, please mute yourself now. And if you're on the phone, also please mute yourself. If you're on the platform, look for the icon of the microphone and click it. And if you're on the phone, press *6 to mute and unmute yourself. I see that everybody has also turned off their cameras except for commissioners. We can go on. So as we go through each open application, I'll be asking for comments and questions from each of the commission members. Then I can ask for a public comment. If you wish to speak, wait, then unmute yourself. Please start by stating your name, and then you may ask your question or make your comment. Please note that all comments and presentations are limited to 3 to 5 minutes at most. And despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access for everyone who wants to participate. We will be posting a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible thereafter. And a last reminder that commission votes are sadly by roll call. So I call on each commissioner, please unmute yourself if you haven't already, state your vote. So that we have a record of a quorum of the commission attending today, I'll now ask each commission member to indicate their presence by stating their name and present. Commissioner Holt?
Commissioner Holt, present.
Thank you. Commissioner Kitts?
Kitts, present.
Rawls?
Rawls, present.
Del Vecchio?
Del Vecchio, present.
Clark?
Here.
Okay, thank you. And with that, Callie, I think we're ready to move to the first item on the agenda.
Okay, I'll start with the new hearings.
Yep.
Okay, 86 Harborview Road, Mark J. and Ann DeGenis, SE 103423. Proposed demolition of existing dwelling, construction of a new dwelling with new septic system tank, mitigation plantings at 86 Harborview Road, Assessor's Map 8A, Parcel H3.
Okay, thank you. This is the first of the two most recently filed applications. We're going to continue this using our scheduling date of May 13th. It's likely to be held sometime after that, but again, we'll be giving notice. So right now, we're just using May 13th as our parking date for all of these. So do I have a motion to continue it to May 13th?
So moved. Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Second.
Okay, in a second. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Holt,
Aye.
Kitts,
Aye.
Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so unanimous to continue to May 13th.
Okay, 366 Sea Pine Road, Cove Point LLC is the owner. Nicholas Lacalade, officer, is the applicant. SE 103422. Proposed float changes to helical anchors and Hazlet system at 366 Sea Pine Road, Assessor's Map 13K, Parcel HC24.
Okay, thank you. This is the second of the most recent, so it's going to be, we'll treat it the same way as the last one, continuing it until at least May 13th with notice to be provided to the applicant when the actual hearing date is scheduled. So can I hear a motion to continue to May 13th?
Commissioner Holt, so moved.
Thank you. Second?
Kitts, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue this to May 13th. Commissioner Holt,
Aye.
Kitts,
Aye.
Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so it's continued to May 13th.
Okay, amendments to orders of conditions. 87 Mooncussers Lane, William and Bettina Shakespeare, SE 103313. This is phase 2 of the amendment process. Request to amend existing order of conditions under SE 103313 for proposed removal, replacement of front and rear walkways, changing material to granite, addition of 2 walkways, expansion of front entry area, installation of drywalls, remove, replace boulder walls with masonry walls, install driveway edging, provide mitigation at 87 Mooncussers Lane, Assessor's Map 11A/F11.
All right, thank you, Callie. So we've received some additional materials for this application. Kyle, I see you're on this call.
I am, Janet. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you want to give us a brief overview of what you provided in the last filing?
So basically, in the last filing, we provided information with regards to the oak tree because there was some concern about if there was damage going to be caused to it during the construction of that wall. I provided you guys with guarantees. If there were any issues that we ran into during the time of construction, we would consult the certified arborist. If within a year period there was any issues with that oak tree or saw any notice of deterioration of the tree and it needed to be replaced, we would replace it with a a 3.5 to 4 inch caliber tree in its exact location and add an additional one in the mitigation area. And then we also added basically a report process for the commission to see to be provided in the fall for the 3-year period. Should give you an update on how the plants are doing. And if anything needs to be replaced, it'll be replaced and it'll be noted in the report. And then finally, I gave you some details on the wall and the number of yards going to be included in the area within the jurisdiction of conservation. And I believe David Clark provided an updated site coverage within the conservation jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle.
Yep.
I'm going to open it up at this point for questions from commissioners.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Holt. I still have some questions regarding the wall. I mean, there's a lot of additional, relatively speaking, there's a lot of additional hardscaping involved in this application. The one I'm concerned about is the wall. In our, Kyle, in our jurisdiction, how many square feet is that wall? Is it about 24? Is it?
Hold on 1 second, Dee Dee. Brian Webster, can you turn off your video, please?
Okay. I don't really know how to do this, but I apologize. This is my first time joining a meeting like this.
It's okay. If you just hover over the bottom, you'll see a little icon for a camera.
Okay.
There
You
you
found
go.
it. Good job.
I'm gonna mute you as well.
I don't blame you.
And Kyle, you can unmute yourself by clicking *6 or
Yep.
#6. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
So Dee Dee, to answer your question, I believe that is correct, give or take, because I mean, you have an existing walkway that's already in there. The stairs are already part of that too, because they're already in that existing walkway, and that boulder wall is already, a portion of that's already in there too.
Okay. So,
And
okay,
one option, just to give you an option, because I know that you're struggling with the fact of that wall because it's been a point for you. I can slide that staircase outside of your jurisdiction and move it to the end of the wall. So pulling that square footage out and then just building a wall straight across into the house. So it reduces the footprint overall in terms of square footage. You follow what I'm saying?
wait a minute. So you're gonna,
Slide it out and put it in the curve of the wall.
Instead of alongside the house where it currently.
Yeah, so basically I'm just trying to help you reduce the footprint within the jurisdiction. So I'll pull some of that square footage out. And the wall would basically just go straight into that boulder wall that's there.
So Kyle, I'm going to follow up on Dee Dee's question. As I look at the site plan and I see that this is not a terribly, the slope here is pretty gradual and gentle. It drops, I mean, there's a flat area that goes, it's at 18. The 18 is retained to about the front door area. Then it drops down to 16 at the end of the wall. Did you consider doing plantings along there or some other method for encouraging drainage into the ground rather than installing a wall?
The consideration was there, but the client would like to stay with the grass that's there. So that's why we're using this as an alternative instead of plants.
Mm-hmm.
personally, again, just Commissioner Holt, I think plants would be, from our perspective, my perspective, plants would be the better alternative since it's not additional hardscaping and it does add, value to the resource.
But I'm also giving you mitigation on the backside in order to satisfy what we're trying to do.
Right, which you're going to give us, which a lot of that has nothing to do with this 24 square foot wall. So, I would suspect you might reduce that by whatever it turns out the wall actually occupies 24 square feet, perhaps. But again, I just don't see the necessity, to Janice's point. It's not a terribly steep slope there. I would prefer to see it left alone and then using other means, more natural means to mitigate the stormwater that may sheet off the lawn there.
I would agree that I mean, I do understand the nature of the stormwater problem. I saw it during a few months ago when it was piled up against the new expanded area. But it just seems that given the slope, the installation of a dry well and the addition of plantings would probably take care of that. But it's hard to say because there aren't any specific numbers or drainage calculations to tell us what the volume of water that you're dealing with there is.
Well, it changes based on each storm, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I guess I'm a little frustrated because we've been going at this since January.
We
And
have.
I've conceded to everything that you guys have asked for. I've added more stuff to the plan, that being the split rail additional mitigation, changing the install practices of all the walkways to make sure that they're permeable. You know,
Yeah,
guarantees on that oak tree as well.
I do understand that you're frustrated. We've all been at this for a long time. I think we share that. And I can point to things like the installation of a patio that was called a walkway without any approval or advance notice that it was happening. So this is, for a small project, it's causing some angst all around. And at this point, I'm going to see if anybody else has any other comments before we determine where we're going to go with this next. Other commissioners, questions or comments?
This is Commissioner Rawls. I echo your sentiments on this only because hardscape is forever. And the mitigation, as we know from experience, has in many cases, a limited lifespan. It can degrade, get overrun by invasives, et cetera.
All right, thank you. Other comments?
This is Del Vecchio here. What is the composition of the wall? What is it made out of?
It's
The
a
wall in
masonry.
question.
It's a masonry set wall, so it'll be blocked with veneer with a capstone.
Is there a way to construct this in a way that it's not so it's not so dense and not so permanent?
I could do a dry stack wall if that would satisfy the commission, which is basically no masonry set. Water can still flow through, and it does its, there's no concrete used in it. It's crushed stone footing, crushed stone backing, and then just a dry stack wall.
And that difference would be what, Kyle, that the water actually can penetrate and flow through it into the...
Correct. It's basically, it's not when you put concrete in there, it becomes a little bit more obviously non-permeable, so the water can flow through it freely. So there's no masonry set, no block, no rebar, no footings. Dry stack walls are actually the way a lot of old walls used to be built. It's probably much better for the environment in terms of this situation. And we can achieve the look that we're going for, but it's not a true masonry set wall. It's just a dry stack.
And is there any way you could plant above it, just along the wall itself?
I would concede a 2-foot bed above it.
I don't quite understand what that means, a 2-foot bed, like a 2-foot width of a planting bed?
Yeah, sorry, Kelly. A 2-foot width all the way across the length of the wall there.
Behind it or on
Or in front of it or to the side? What?
We can do either or. It'd probably be above it. I'd say probably above it, so that the water would roll down into the bed and then behind the wall.
Above, meaning to the south side along the edge of it there?
Correct. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, well, that's an improvement.
Maybe plant some natives as well.
Yep.
I would make sure that they were all native species to kind of satisfy and give more mitigation.
Okay.
This is Kitts. I like your idea as well as trying to pull as much of that wall out of the area as possible. So the dry stack and pulling out the stairs would be a great idea.
Well, not to go against that, but I'm changing everything. I'm giving a lot. I probably would prefer to leave the stairs there now if I'm going to do a dry stack, because that would mean having to reroute that walkway.
So the Kyle, can you remind me, what of the work that's on the site plan, and I'll share my screen in a second, what work was done without a permit?
Well, it's kind of a gray area because the walkway to that new entry door is technically approved. It was just narrower than what I installed. So there's a walkway that returns into that door.
Yep.
You can see, well, sort of kind of see it. But that was part of the original. So in reality, that patio, which we defined it as, should have just been narrower. And that was part of the original order in order to get to that door.
But
I
this
think it
all,
might be on Phil Cheney's plan.
this retaining wall that I'm pointing to here on my screen that's proposed with the steps there, that's not already, portions of that, those are not the steps that you're referring to, right?
Those steps are already, so if you scroll back a little bit, Callie, those steps are already in that walkway. We're just going to shift them all to one location as part of this amended order. They already exist in that brick walkway that's there on site.
Yep.
So basically, it's just a relocation of them.
Callie, do you have quick access to Phil Cheney's plan? There you go.
Yeah.
It shows up a little bit better down on that. You can see the walkway, the patio entry, and the wall.
Yep. So, Kyle, you're talking about these stairs?
Correct. Those are the stairs that I mentioned. If we were going to stay with a masonry set wall, that I would say we would consider pulling outside of it and putting it down towards that curve of the wall. But then, in thinking about it before I should have thought about it before I spoke, I'd have to realign the walkway to come around.
And what are the stairs going to be made of along there? Masonry
They're
as
just
well?
a natural monolithic bluestone.
Bluestone.
Yeah, they're already on site if you've been there.
Right, the
They're-
same as
they're-
the bluestone that's used for the patio and the walkway?
Correct.
Okay. Well, given what we've said, my preference would certainly be to leave the stairs there and change the wall to the dry stack.
But I thought Janet or someone I had heard talking about where people are echoing each other's sentiments. So I just want to be clear. Are you echoing keeping the wall and changing its materials, or are you echoing keeping the wall, decreasing its length, and changing its materials?
Yes,
I
go ahead,
think
Kyle.
I think Callie, what it is it's leaving the wall as is, but changing the install practice to a dry set wall versus a true masonry set wall.
That, I guess my question was to the commission.
Yeah. Right, the trade-off is changing the materials and leaving the wall at the current configuration and size.
But
Commissioner Rawls, with the dry set wall, you would still keep the dry well behind it?
Yeah, it would actually act as a full drainage because it's going to have a foot of gravel as its base. And then we do a pocket of gravel behind it too. So yes, it'll still drain and it'll drain, and I'll have a perforated pipe behind it that'll drain into that dry well that's just outside of it.
And how much regrading will need to be done if the wall stays the same length but the materials are changed? Is the regrading to level on still in the proposal?
Yes, it would still remain the same because the wall again is going to stay in the same location, same style, just a different build practice.
So the proposal would remain the same.
It would just be not a true masonry set wall. We would have to change that verbiage, and I would note it on the plan as a dry stack wall with a gravel base.
this is Commissioner Holt. That doesn't change my concerns. I mean, it's still additional hardscaping. It's still a wall. It's still regrading. How it's constructed in this case doesn't seem to mitigate my concerns.
I think it's a lot less detrimental to the environment doing a dry stack wall.
It's a relative term, Kyle. I would say at this point a couple of things, unless other commissioners or other participants on the call have anything to add.
David Clark here.
Yes, hi, David.
I share Kyle's frustration. We're talking about a few dozen square feet of wall that are, it looks to me, 80 feet from the resource area. and there's the house between the proposed work and the resource area. And finally, that whole area is sloped away from the resource area. So for the life of me, I can't see how this minimal change to the site plan has any adverse impact on the resource area.
Okay, thank you for that. Note that. My suggestion would be that the commission continue this to the work session, at which point we will have a couple of drafts of decision documents to review and make the decision. And I would do that, Kyle, if you are able to get the revised plan and descriptive materials to us by May 29th, April 29th, I'm sorry, so that we could go to the work session on May 6th, at which point we will review the decision documents and vote on it.
Okay. Yes, I can get that document. I have a question for the board, or the commission, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Can I proceed with any of the other work? Because this client's beyond frustrated with the fact that this wall's holding up, and they have basically a landscape that's not, it's not stabilized remotely in that backyard towards the resource area.
Sorry, I missed that.
And they've been asking me to basically, what can we do? I understand it's part of the overall admitted order, but I'm asking that question because I'm just trying to get some guidance here. You have a bare ground everywhere around that house, with the exception of outside of your jurisdiction.
So
I guess, Kyle, my question for you is why aren't you continuing to do work under the original order, unless what's holding up the project is the fact that you're doing work that's not permitted under that original order?
Well, Callie, I can appreciate that question, because when you
So
look at
I'm trying to help you out, Kyle, in the sense
no,
that
I understand. When you look at Phil Cheney's plan, it's really not clear on how we can finish anything other than put that patio in and a little bit of mitigation in the rear towards the resource area. So that's why this plan came in front of you guys, because there was no full set of plans that kind of finished that landscape. That's what we're struggling with.
Well, aren't there provisions in the original order that allow for measures to be put in place, like temporary measures that can be put in place that's already permitted through that original order that would stabilize the disturbed area?
Yeah.
Not that I reviewed in that order, Callie. I mean, it's
a standard condition. It's a standard condition in all orders.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that, but on the same hand too, okay, I'm not going to argue anymore. I guess I'm frustrated because it's like I don't want to go backwards, because we're close on this, and I'd rather not stabilize areas and then have to tear it back up again in order to finish it the way we're proposing this plan.
Well, it would seem to me that the areas in the back can be stabilized under the existing order.
I guess that's my point.
They're not, but they don't follow this plan. So you're going to ask me to go back there and stabilize it, and then I got to basically remove it.
So what's the difference? Is it
that's on this plan?
What's the difference? Is it the new mitigation plantings, the viburnum? Is that the difference?
Well,
I
that,
looked at Phil Cheney's new plan, it looks the
area
same.
of the drought tolerant fescue beyond that back patio.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the easiest way would have been to incorporate all these changes when it went to the original order. That way it wouldn't have to be amended. So that's why there are provisions in the order to move forward. You can still act under that original order and, stabilize the disturbed areas. I guess it's ultimately up to the commission what you will allow.
Well, it sounds like the only hiccup point is this wall. Am I correct to the commission?
Yes, as far as I can tell, yes. And some protective measures that need to be added into any kind of an order that would amend this and allow that to go forward for the tree.
Sure.
It was the wall and the regrading is what I.
Yes, but it all pertains to that wall out front.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm asking is can I proceed with what's everything else with the exception of that wall until we get a determination in the work session?
I guess
Not-
the commission, not that what's proposed under the amendment.
Okay. All right. I don't want to, I mean, I know this is a long process and I don't want to waste any more time going back and forth on this. I'll review, Callie, and I'll call you if I have questions about the original order. And we'll see how we can kind of stabilize until we get an answer at the work session.
Sure, I'm happy to meet you on site.
Okay.
You have my number.
Yep.
You may find, Kyle, that there are things that you can do under the original order with just Callie's approval. So
Okay.
while we get this, so you will revise the site plan. You will change the wall material to the dry stack.
Correct. I'll call out the verbiage on it.
Yep. Okay.
All right. And that's
We
for
will
the-
have at least we'll have a couple of drafts. We'll have one as an approval of the amendment that will have conditions respecting the protection of some of the tree and other resource areas. But it may exclude the wall I won't know until we vote on it at the work session on May 6th.
Okay. Well, I asked the commission to take strongly into what David Clark had to say and what we've gone through and what we've conceded in order to get this through. So I will get that information off to you guys.
We have noted all that, and I thank you for that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion then to continue this to May 6th.
Commissioner Holt, so moves.
Kitts, second.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Holt,
Aye.
Kitts,
Aye.
Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so this is going to go. And Kyle, you've got the date, if he's still there, of April 29th to get those
Yes, I do.
materials
Thank
to us
you.
for that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, notices of intent, 440 Cockle Cove Road, Mark F. and Sherry L. Reith, SE 10-3408, proposed reconstruction of existing bulkhead and rock scour protection at 440 Cockle Cove Road, Assessors Map 5B, Parcel 19. Applicant requested a continuance to May 13th.
We have a motion for, let me just ask a question before we do the motion. Don, you're on the line here?
Yeah. We're asking for that continuation because Natural Heritage hasn't responded, but we got an email back from them saying it's under review.
Okay, so they are currently reviewing the materials that you resubmitted in response to their first letter.
Correct.
And, okay, so, all right, so that, we just need to wait for that. All right, so is there a motion to continue this to May 13th?
Commissioner Holt, so moved.
Thank you. Second?
Kitts, second.
Roll call vote to continue. Commissioner Holt?
Aye.
Ketz?
Aye.
Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so it's unanimous to continue to May 13th.
Okay, 34 Hallway Street, 34 Chatham Village Trust, dated June 5th, 2015, and any amendments thereto is the owner. Valerie G. Cottrell and Harold Gould, trustees, are the applicants. SC 10-3404, proposed raise and replace single-family dwelling and associated site improvements at 34 Hallway Street. Assessors Map 17C, Parcel 16A. Applicant has requested a continuance to June 10th.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the request for continuance to June 10th?
Commissioner Holt, so moved.
Thank you. Second?
Kitts, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue this. Commissioner Holt?
Aye.
Hitz?
Aye.
Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This is continued to June 10th.
Okay, 543 Old Harbor Road, Tacoma Partners Limited Partnership, SE 10-3395, proposed construction of pool, pool deck, pool fence, split rail fence, repair of vitrified clay pipe, and replacement of septic pump chamber at 543 Old Harbor Road, Assessors Map 16H, Parcel 3.
Good morning.
Good morning, Thad.
For the record, Thad Eldridge.
Yeah, can you speak up a little bit or clear? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
All right, I'll do my best.
There
Is
you
this
go.
better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Excellent. When we last met, you had a draft order of conditions, and the biggest concern was that the proposal will reduce the ability of the land to absorb. We've now provided engineering documentation to show that the trench drain will absorb more than what we're losing from the hardscape. The displacement and diversion of floodwaters, we're in a still water A zone, so that's not a concern. And there is no cause for the creation of or the likelihood of damage to other structures. And also to note, the proposed condition number 4 is the proposed project will result in additional structures within the 0 to 50, which we're outside of the 0 to 50. We're within the 50 to 100 and within land subject. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
What document are you referring to?
The draft order of conditions that was provided at the last meeting that we went to.
And you just referenced a special condition that's in that?
It's page 11E, number 4, proposed project will result in additional structures in 0 to 50.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for the drainage calculations, but I have to say, at least speaking for myself, I had a hard time. I saw the conclusion that the trench would absorb the flow, but I wonder if you would be able to provide a narrative and walk us through how that calculation reaches that conclusion. And Callie, can you share the
Yeah.
the calculation while Thad explains it?
Sure. I mean, we looked at just raw. We didn't take the existing area, which is lawn, which is fairly pervious, but it certainly is not nothing is 100% pervious. So the proposal is around the pool and the raised patio for the pool. There will be a trench placed in, allowing for a greater amount of flow into the ground. There's a pipe within it for storage capacity while it leaches into the ground. And this will leach faster than lawn will.
So
they're setting the coverage.
The patio is elevated?
It's elevated to the same level as the other patio that's out there.
What's beneath the patio?
Sand.
Okay, so it's elevated, as Callie's showing, the diagram at the top, figure 1, shows there's no figure put in there for the height of how high it's elevated. It looks to be about 10 to 12 inches.
I believe it gets up closer to 30 inches at one point because the ground drops away there.
Are you talking about the height of the pool from the existing ground elevation?
Yes.
So I guess that's one of the questions that was a bit confusing on figure 1. I'll try to zoom in here, is that there's no scale on it. So I guess, Janet, are you looking for this height?
Well, that was where I was starting, and then there's a couple of questions that follow on from that, which is the pool elevated as well?
Yes, the pool and patio, as you'll see on, sheet 1 at the bottom, proposed pool and patio at elevation 8.2.
Hang on, we're going to find it.
Are you referring, Thad, to sheet 1 of 4?
Yes. At the very bottom in the lower left-hand corner of the screen,
Yeah. But that's at elevation 8.2, but what's the surrounding elevation? Is it, I can't read it. Sorry, I can't quite read it.
we have a 7 coming into one end, and at the north end, that's a 6. So we're about 2.2 feet at the north end and about a foot at the south end.
What material is being used to build for the pool?
The pool will be a gunite pool. The patio will be dry laid pavers, much like the existing patio.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, Thad, why couldn't you just put the height of the pool from the surrounding grade? Why was that left off in figure A or figure 1?
I could certainly add that. It does vary throughout the site because, again, at the north end, you're looking at a little over 2 feet, and at the south end, about a foot.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I'm really not trying to be obnoxious. I don't think that this note, proposed pool patio at elevation 8.2, is as informative as the cross-section which the commission had asked for. But they asked for that cross-section because they wanted to know the height of the pool, and it's okay that it varies as the ground elevation varies. But to me, this didn't quite get at what the commission had originally asked for.
I don't recall the commission asking for a cross-section of the pool and the height of the pool. This is the first it's come up.
Yeah, this was the first time I really focused on it, and that's the first time I noticed that everything was elevated. To be honest, I had seen that note, pool at elevation 8 point whatever it is, 7. Did not spend time comparing what that meant to the surrounding area. So it wasn't until I really looked at figure 1 that I realized that the whole thing is elevated to some point.
Sorry, I thought it did come up at the work session when there was additional questions about siting a pool in the floodplain.
It may have. I don't recall. But Thad, how does the flow from the patio, how is it directed into the trench? Is it slightly sloped, or how does that work?
The patio itself will be sloped so that the water goes towards the pool. I mean, evaporation coming out of a pool is a constant battle. Getting the water into the pool will reduce what flows out of it. Mm-hmm. And then otherwise, when you get the excess water coming off that patio during a heavy rain event, it will fall down into that trench, cascade.
So that's just flow that is not heading into the pool because because the rainfall is so intense.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I would like to open it up to other commissioners' questions and comments.
Commissioner Rawls, I guess I'll ask commissioners who have expressed concern about the height of the pool. What's the nature of the concern?
The height, if a pool is set, and this is my non-technical take, at ground level, it's able to absorb the runoff during a storm event. It will, if the patios around it are sloped toward it a little bit. My reaction when I saw that it was elevated was there could potentially be a loss of that function if it's elevated. But as Thad was just describing, it may not be lost despite the fact that it's elevated.
I mean, during a storm event, this will get more water into the ground than the lawn that exists there today.
Because of the trench's ability to
Yes.
absorb and move the water. Mhm.
But isn't that the trench's ability to absorb and move the water related to the level of its ability to drain through that drain?
I believe
and
so.
into,
I mean, any water that, you know, when stormwater goes on lawn, there's a certain slowdown. You know,
right.
when you get a heavy rain event, you're going to get puddles in your lawn and then it drains in. When you have a stone trench, you need a very heavy rain event for it to puddle on top of it. Otherwise, everything just flows into the ground.
This is a particularly low area,
Yes.
and therefore, in some instances, a particularly wet area, and it's also in the floodplain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Hull. I have a question about that. So the stormwater we're talking about, your storm calculations apply whether it's floodplain or not. This could not, this property, if it were not in the floodplain, we'd have the same concerns with regard to stormwater. Is that right?
I believe so, but your bylaw has a specific section that we're not supposed to reduce the ability of the land to absorb floodwaters.
Right, but floodwaters don't just come from above, right? Like rain?
Correct. We looked at it from the rain perspective because when a flood comes in here, the ground will be saturated with floodwater and no drainage will occur at all.
Right, and the more hardscaping there is, the less drainage there is. Which is the reason in the bylaw why additional hardscaping in the flood zone is not a good idea, because it does not permit water to percolate down.
But during a flood event, the ground will be saturated and no water will drain into the ground, no matter how pervious it is. There are videos from 2018, Commercial Street in Provincetown, with their pervious asphalt and waves flowing right over it because the ground was saturated underneath and the water could not be absorbed into the ground.
Yes, but once the groundwater begins the groundwater level begins to drop as the flood event is ending, that's when the absorption comes back in, right?
Yes, and as the groundwater drops, the trench drain will more than adequately absorb the water. And in fact, the drainage pipe that will be repaired will serve more of a purpose than a trench drain.
Mm-hmm.
Saturated groundwater moves at about a foot a day in sand. So it's very slow, and you can recall the Little Beach area when that was flooded. I mean, they've added catch basins there specifically to pump out the area because it takes so long for the water to drain through the soils. But without pumps, they're not getting that area cleaned out.
Ed, what's the groundwater elevation in this area?
We're at elevation 14.
No, groundwater?
Oh, groundwater, I'm sorry. The groundwater is going to be just above mean high water elevation. We can say elevation 3 for a round number.
Which means, with the exception of during rain events, the groundwater is approximately how far below the surface? So if it's 8, if the elevation is at 8, the groundwater is
5 feet
presumably
down.
about 5 feet down.
And the purpose of keeping the pool at the same elevation as the existing patio is it's a shallow pool that's being proposed, and it's to keep it above the groundwater.
Well, that was my next question, is how far above that groundwater normal level will the pool bottom?
Now they're looking at a 4-foot deep pool, It'd be less than a foot of gunite underneath of it, and the bottom of that pool will be just above groundwater.
And help me with this, when the groundwater rises, not necessarily during a flood, but during any rain event, and the pool is there, what happens? Does that displace it, disperse the groundwater to come up around the sides then, or how does that impact it?
I mean, you're looking at an infinite situation here. So it's groundwater is much like the tides. As it comes in, it's going to flood out to a point. As it recedes, it's going to go down. The amount of displacement that this pool would cause is insignificant in the overall scheme of the ocean.
Okay.
Question, Thad, you've requested a variance and provide an alternatives analysis. Is it possible to walk through the alternatives that you've submitted in your application?
Sure.
Can you access that, Callie? Can you put that?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm going as fast as I can.
It's okay, take your time, we're good. We're ahead of schedule a little bit.
Okay, I have it here.
Okay. I mean, I gave the lame option, doing nothing. That we have seen a great demand for pools based upon shark, seals, and nervousness. So these folks are seeking a pool because it's desirable. The location of the pool could be modified, and we have it just inside the 100 foot from the BVW. It's just touching the 100 foot from the coastal bank across the street. The trouble is pushing it further away would, it just gets further from the house, closer to the neighbors who have already expressed a concern. And getting out of the floodplain is impossible because the septic system is there, and septic and pool water don't mix.
But it could be moved out of the buffer zone if it was moved back away from the house by not very much, correct?
Sure, about 10 feet, we'd be out of the buffer zone.
Mm-hmm. Hang on, I'm looking for that.
I have something if I.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm pulling up my.
Yes, that at one of the hearings, I had asked, where's the site plan? I mean, one of the basic documents that in the file is a site plan, and none of these are labeled site plan. And as I said the last time we talked about this, you were going to either create a site plan or label it as such. We have a pool layout, a pool design, and another pool layout.
Isn't sheet 1 now renamed to site plan?
I don't, if it is, I don't have it.
It's not. Right, I crossed out pool layout and wrote in site plan. This is the revision dated 2/26, but I have not seen one since then.
The 2/26 that I have, 104 is labeled site plan.
That's strange.
It is also labeled site plan on my copy.
Huh. And mine's labeled pool layout. Okay.
Yeah, I have 1/2/26 that's up now on my shared screen that's labeled site plan.
Okay.
Perhaps some of the copies got mixed up when they were submitted.
Okay,
Could have
as
been.
long as we have it officially, I'm glad that that change was made.
I guess following up on the alternatives analysis to the commission,
Anyway, yep.
the alternatives analysis, the alternatives that are presented, are they viable enough to make you, to allow you to issue a variance?
Oh, and if I may, if we shift that pool to the south,
Yep.
we'd be taking out another tree.
Just to the south there, beyond that limit of work line?
Yes, where it reads 74.6 and 111.3, there's a tree that's just outside of the limit of work. Shifting the pool and patio to the south would get towards that. Where we are proposing the pool on the north side, that is landscaping area that would be taken. And as far as alternatives analysis, it's really for work within the resource, which is the floodplain.
Floodplain, right.
We're not seeking a variance for work within 100 feet of a BVW.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Right. That's moving it is not part of the alternative in terms of for the variance. I was just trying to limit the number of resource areas impacted by it by perhaps eliminating the buffer zone.
And we more than make up for it with the proposed mitigation. I mean, all around that little puddle in the middle of the property, we're proposing native plantings.
Yep.
And trees, no less. I mean, we're going all out.
This is Commissioner Holt. I must be dense or something. I just still don't get how you can mitigate the flood, mitigate adding hardscape in a floodplain by just putting drainage in. When the drainage isn't taking the water away, it's I don't know, just putting it further into the ground, I guess. I mean, it just logically doesn't make sense to me, but that could be.
That's where the water would go anyhow.
Right, so then why do we, then I don't understand the point of the regulation. I mean, if all you have to do is let the water drain through a dry well, what's the, again, I'm sorry, I just
No,
try to think more about this and try to understand. I just, at this point, don't.
I mean, I think the regulation is really saying that we shouldn't be paving the entire floodplain. Because there's going to be a tipping point that you can't mitigate for something that is completely hardscaped.
The performance standards, I think, Dee Dee, that you're speaking about are about the displacing or diverting of floodwaters to other areas. So it's drainage, seepage into the ground, but also the diversion of floodwaters due to hardscape. That's
what I don't get.
So it's not an either or. It's an and. So our performance standards, there's 5 performance standards, and displacing and diverting floodwater is one of them. And the reducing the ability of the land to absorb and contain floodwater is another one. Also collateral damage. So that speaks to additional structures that are put in the floodplain that could, damage other structures on the land and act as debris.
Right, well, it's the first 2 I'm referring to. Well,
Yep.
I just don't get how these calculations are relevant.
So the ground absorbs the water now. And the only way that you can calculate it is during a rain event of how pervious is that ground. The proposal results in a more pervious ground. And so
I think, Dee Dee, I think the drainage calculations, to echo Thad, his drainage calculations speak to performance standard A1 about reducing the ability of the land to absorb and contain floodwaters. Because drainage calculations are based on rainfall and certain and very specific 25-year data from very specific data sets. But I think what you're asking is about the displacement and diverting of floodwaters, and the drainage calculations can't speak to that.
Right, those drainage calculations are relevant even if it's not in the floodplain. Because this is land subject to coastal storm flowage, that's what I don't understand, how this, you can just mitigate it by putting in a drain.
well, that takes care of the first one. If we're reducing the ability of the land to absorb, we're increasing the ability of the land to absorb to counteract that. The other question regarding displacement, this will take away some of the area that water could be during a storm event. But because it's the ocean, because it's still water A zone, it's not like a riverine situation where there's a set amount of water coming in. It is an ocean situation where the water is going to come up to a level and then head back out when the tide goes the other direction. If a slug of water comes through with any velocity, it's going to come right down Cow Yard, hit the existing house, and then it will make its way over here, but we're in a confined bowl. So any velocity that does hit this would not be onto a neighboring property.
Okay, thanks, Thad. I'm gonna need to ponder this a little further myself.
Other questions, commissioners?
Bob Vecchio here.
Yep. Hi, Bob.
Hi. The PVC pipe in the trench drain, is that just to store the excess water, or does that lead to anything?
That's just to store excess water, to create a void so that water can get in. The contact between the stone and the sand is going to leach at a rate. And this stores water that can't leach right away.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Bob. Anybody else? Okay. Is there anything, further information, changes that we would ask for? Or are we ready to take this and deliberate and issue a decision document?
Commissioner Rawls, I have, unless we were to ask them to move the pool out of the resource area, I'm reasonably satisfied that the improvements they're making make up for the part of the pool that's in the jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Commissioner Holt, I would like to see to something that Chair raised earlier, just a profile of the pool so we have that for the record, what this, looking at it, from the side and showing all the elevations to scale.
Sure, we can do a pair of cross sections.
Yep, thank you.
Is there any way to provide calculations that have to do with the flooding water rather than rainfall, to show what really is going on the property because of the increase in hardscape? Maybe there isn't.
Not really. I mean, we can look at the flood as it comes up. It's obviously going to have, I don't even want to say it has impact, because the water's just going to come up and then it will go out. The drainage trench will help it get out of there. And the repaired drainage pipe will help it get out of there once it gets down to that level.
And the flood risk that this property faces, that is not from storm flow coming from the harbor. It's, as you said, it's still water from
Right. There's a
from the
storm
west
surge.
side of the property.
The storm surge will come in from Cowyard Lane, and you can see right across the street, there's a velocity zone.
Right.
When the water first comes into the property, it's going to be confined down near Cowyard Lane because that's the low point in the road, and it will fill this like a bathtub.
It's a large wetland area there, right?
There is a large wetland that continues to the west.
Right.
And at that same time, really where we're going to see the water coming in is through the municipal drainage system that the wetland drains out of. So it's going to come right through that drain pipe, bubble up in the backyard, come right over Cowyard, and then it's a bathtub afterwards. Mm-hmm. And then as the floods recede, it's really that drainage pipe that's going to drain this area more than anything else.
And that's the pipe that's going to be repaired?
Yes, it's part of it is a vitrified clay pipe, and it's just cracked. It's of that vintage.
Mm-hmm. What vintage? How old would you say it is?
At least 60 years.
Yeah, okay.
Will that pipe have a screen on the end of it, Tad, or anything like that, so it doesn't get clogged again?
Well, it's not the clog that's the problem. It's actually broken, and dirt's gotten in. And that goes right into a catch basin, so there's some sediment deposit that would happen there.
And that catch basin is just to the northeast of the proposed mitigation area?
So the head wall is in the wetland itself, right behind the house. The drainage pipe is in purple. It goes right underneath the existing home into the catch basin opposite Cowyard Lane.
Oh, okay, down there. I see it. Okay. Got it.
And that entire drainage system, the municipal drainage system, goes right down Cowyard and out to the harbor.
Okay. Anybody else? Anything requests to make before we go to a work session?
Commissioner Holt again, just one last thing regarding that profile. If you could include the groundwater level where estimated. Thanks.
Thank you. That would be helpful to see that in profile. Okay, if there's nothing else, then I think we should take this to a work session to make a decision about it.
Excellent.
Can Thad, can you provide the information by April 29th?
What, the work session is the first in May?
It's May 6th.
May 6th, good. Okay. April 29th it is.
All right, thank you. We have a motion then to continue this to the work session, May 6th.
Commissioner Halt, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Kid, second.
Thank you. Roll call to continue to May 6th. Commissioner Holt,
Aye.
Pitts,
Aye.
Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so approved to continue to the work session on May 6th.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day and
Thank
stay
you.
healthy.
Thank you. You too.
100 and 102 Cedar Street, Matthew and Susan Botine, SC 103410, proposed installation of a natural gas line, open pergola, seasonal kayak rack, replace, replace existing stairs, patio and fence, upgrade an outside grill area and landscape improvements at 102 Cedar Street, Assessors Map 13C, Parcel 10. Applicant has requested a continuance to May 13th.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the request for a continuance to May 13th?
Commissioner Halt, so moved.
Thank you. Second?
Kid, second.
Thank you. Roll call to approve the request. Commissioner Halt,
Aye.
Pitts,
Aye.
Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Continue to May 13th.
Okay, 41 Locust Lane, Jonathan O. and Alicia W. Downs, SC 103407. Proposed removal of 5-bedroom existing dwelling, proposed construction of new 5-bedroom dwelling, pool and septic system, proposed vegetation management at 41 Locust Lane, Assessors Map 15F and Parcel 53.
Hi, good morning. Stephanie Sequin here with Ryder and Wilcox, representing the Downs.
Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi. And I believe we have Teresa Sprague from Blue Flags.
Here. Yep, you're unmuted. Okay, thank you. Start just before turn it over to you, Stephanie, to walk us through. Thank you for all the various pieces that you've provided in response to our requests at the last hearing. At this point, it strikes us that we're faced with a seminal question, which is the determination of whether or not it's an inland bank, because that makes all the difference in where we go with this in terms of whether these proposed pool and terrace area are in or out of a non-disturb zone. So I would ask at this point to limit our remarks and to walk us through the analysis that you provided for that, and allow the commission to react and respond and determine how we want to move forward before we start dealing with the other details in terms of the pool cross sections and the land management plan and the planting plan. Just hold off on that while we grapple with this first question.
Okay. So I did prepare an inland bank assessment, which was submitted to you. And as I showed on sort of the overall locust map taken from the town website, this is at the western edge of Black Pond, and you can see that typically surrounding the pond itself is a low flat area, and then beyond that the ground rises up fairly steeply before leveling off to the developed areas at the outer boundary. I looked at the Chatham Wetlands Protection Regulations in your definition of inland bank. And the inland bank is defined as the portion of the land which normally abuts and confines a water body. And land under water bodies is further defined to include the land beneath any creek, river, stream, pond, lake, or ditch. It does not include vegetated wetlands. vegetated wetlands are separately defined in section 3.02. So in order for a slope to be considered an inland bank, it has to abut and confine, normally abut and confine a water body. So in this case, the water body obviously is Black Pond. The boundary of Black Pond, per your definition, is the mean annual low water level. Currently, the water level, the standing water level in the pond, as you can see on the site plan, and I included a section of the site plan where I added the spot grades. The level, the elevation of the pond is roughly elevation 23, and the elevation at the upper edge of the vegetated wetland, or at the base of this slope that's in question, is anywhere between 24.4 to 25.3. March and April, as you know, are typically what are considered the wettest months of the year. It's the time of year where we will look at areas to determine whether or not they're potentially vernal pools. We've had significant rainfall events, it seems like forever. So I think this year is no exception. That currently we are at I think what you could assume to be a mean annual flood level as far as the location of the edge of Black Pond. Or the current edge of the standing water could be assumed to be representative of the mean annual flood level. And as I said, that current water level is about 70 feet downslope of the bordering vegetated wetland that we've delineated and the base of that slope. In order, and I guess as further evidence that this embankment does not abut and confine the pond, I was able to get a copy of a site plan that Clark Engineering had done for the adjacent property, and that shows at the far end of Black Pond, there's a head wall and a culvert that is basically an outlet for the pond, and that culvert goes under Shore Road and is part of a larger stormwater drainage system that's maintained by the town. And the elevation of that outlet pipe is 23.8 feet above sea level based on NGVD 1929, which is the same datum that our site plan is based on. So again, looking at that detail of our site plan with the contours and the elevations, if the outlet pipe for the pond is 23.8, that is still well below the landward edge of the BVW and the base of that embankment. I'm showing the 24-foot contour that comes pretty much through the middle of the BVW. And again, it's not anywhere near the base of that embankment. And then just one last piece of information. Part of the difficulty with trying to address this is mean annual flood level is not defined anywhere. So that's part of the difficulty in making the assessment of whether this is an inland bank or not. But the Chatham zoning bylaw under the inland conservancy districts do define normal or natural high water mark in various water bodies throughout the town. And according to the information on the conservancy district map, the natural high water mark of Black Pond is 24.1 feet. And again, that's based on NGVD 1929. So that, I think, between the natural high water mark defined in the Conservancy District map, the outlet pipe at the far end of Black Pond, I think all lead to the conclusion that this sloping embankment does not abut and confine a water body, and therefore is not an inland bank. And this is similar to, we looked at site plans on either side of this property that were submitted to the Conservation Commission and approved, and they show the similar resource areas. You've got the edge of Black Pond off to the east, then the bordering vegetated wetland, and then the 50 and 100-foot buffers are simply measured from the edge of the bordering vegetated wetland, and there is no inland bank. So that's a summary of what I submitted. I guess I will open it up for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. We appreciate the effort that was made to provide as much data as possible to answer this question. And with that, I'll let other commissioners ask questions about it.
Yeah, Commissioner Holt. Stephanie, could you explain a little further that outlet pipe, what its purpose is?
I do not know the history of it, but I assume it is to eliminate flooding during extreme events. But it is, if you looked at the section of the plan that was attached to the assessment, it's part of the stormwater drainage system that goes under Shore Road, and I think ultimately discharges somewhere to the south of the fish pier. And based on its location, it's about 125 feet east of the edge of the pond. I'm guessing that's not something that gets water or gets overflow on a regular basis, but that's more on an extreme situation. If for whatever reason the water in the pond raises substantially.
Thanks.
Anything else, Dee Dee?
No, not right yet. Thank you.
Any other commissioners with questions?
Bob Rawls, I guess we're struggling a little bit with the fact that the regulations don't account for water rise in these inland ponds. So in lieu of that, I'm not sure how we could, based on the analysis provided, make the case that it is, but at least that's the way I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
David Clark here, if I may.
Yes.
If it's okay with Stephanie.
Sure, go right ahead. I'm sure you know more about it than I do.
Clark Engineering did an extensive amount of work on the drainage system in and around the fish pier for Dr. Duncanson. And what we determined in our research was that culvert at the east end of Black Pond was put in probably 60 or 70 years ago when the fish pier was redeveloped into a more modern facility. There used to be just a ditch draining the pond that went down past the Wharfingers building to the south of it. That was all filled in. Well, actually, pipes were put in, and that entire area was regraded, and the ditch was filled in. So prior to that activity, there was a natural outlet on the east end of this pond that drained into Chatham Harbor. That's all I have to add.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else have anything to add? Okay, so again, with acknowledgement that of all the information and the data that was provided, my sense is from the comments that I'm hearing so far is that we are not yet able to make an informed determination on this question, and we're going to need some outside assistance. And this seems to be a matter that is appropriate for the commission to ask an outside objective expert to review the information that has been submitted and walk us through the appropriate analysis to make a decision.
What's the process then?
Callie, we spoke briefly yesterday about some possible, a candidate or two that we might approach. What is the process for engaging somebody?
So we'd have to take a vote to hire a third-party consultant at the applicant's expense to review the information that was submitted by the representative, and we would find someone, before I get into more of the details of that, we need to find someone obviously with inland bank and BVW delineation experience. There's a very limited pool of people, but I feel enthusiastic that we could probably find someone. As far as the actual process is concerned, the commission would have to take a vote today to hire a third-party consultant. And then what would happen is before the consultant could actually work, there would have to be a check that would be deposited in an account, sort of like an escrow account, through our town finance department. And then similar to what was done with 107 Taylor's Pond Road, if you guys remember that. Mm-hmm. So it's a relatively straightforward process. It's outlined in our bylaw. It's just the really important element is that the money has to be in place before the consultant does their work.
All right.
And it requires a vote of the commission.
Yep.
I'm just in the background pulling up the bylaw in case you guys want to refer to it.
Okay.
It's just take me a minute to get there.
Okay. Well, let me ask for reactions from commission members to the idea, whether you think that's appropriate or not.
This is Commissioner Clark. I think it's an excellent idea.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holt here. I don't think it would hold up this project, since I probably wouldn't start until next year, the fall anyway. So I think it would just give us more certainty that this is indeed, the way to define where the inland bank is.
Yep. In my experience of 2.5 years now with the commission, we almost never deal with inland banks, unlike other municipalities across the Commonwealth. So this is a different analysis that we have not done before. I say all
Madam
that in
Chair?
defense of what we don't know. Yes.
Bill Riley, I'm not involved in the case at all, but on a philosophical level, it seems to me that the making the applicant who's already paid for an analysis of the inland bank paid for the town's expert when it's the town that has the deficiency. Callie referenced the fact that the Taylor's Pond violation, and the property owner was required to pay for the expert, which is appropriate, that's a violation. It just seems to me that at some point, the town has to shoulder its own responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for that observation. I'll just respond to saying that the conservation bylaw and regulations provide specifically for this kind of situation where the commission needs and desires some outside help and advice and a consultant, and it is done at the expense of the applicant.
I just want to make clear, I misspoke a little bit. The it's actually also the language is also in the regulations, actually in the general provisions section on page on the last two pages of the section, and I can try to get those page numbers as soon as possible, but my computer's not responding.
And Madam Chair,
David
can I just respond to
Yes.
Dee's comment?
Yes.
Dee Dee made the comment that, continuing this and looking for this outside consultant won't hold things up because we're not planning construction. We are planning on starting construction by the fall, maybe as early as late August. In order to start construction, obviously we need a building permit. There is, even if this was resolved today, it's weeks before orders are written, before they're issued, before appeal periods are up. There's a lot of work that goes into final building designs, final details that if we are looking at potentially by waiting for this outside consultant and maybe some other decision, altering the hardscaping plan, the applicant hasn't completed final detailed construction drawings for those reasons, and there is time to required in order to complete the documents that are necessary to obtain the building permit. So I disagree that, the statement that requesting the outside consultant won't hold things up. It most definitely will hold things up. And it kind of sounds like, regardless of what I submitted, you were going to be requesting this third-party consultant. And couldn't that have been done when we first met months ago? I mean, asking for that now after the meeting's been continued and after the information has been submitted, we've just wasted a whole lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me just say in response, I don't agree that we've wasted a lot of time. This issue was brought up. This is the second hearing. It was raised at the first hearing, almost the first issue that was raised. We were not in a position to determine whether or not it's even a close question until we received the analysis. And the fact that you provided a lot of data and analysis puts us well ahead of things in terms of asking somebody. We're not bringing in somebody and asking them to start from scratch. We will provide them with what you have done and ask them to consult on that. So that will help speed things along. And I'll also just throw in there that unfortunately, in our current situation, everything is slowed down and delayed. And if this had gone with our usual schedule, we would be talking about this in the middle of March, not April. But that's where we are. Anybody else?
So did you finish the roll call for the commission, or are you
Not
gonna?
yet, just about to do that, just about to take the vote. So
Commissioner Rawls, one more observation,
Yes.
and that is that we've talked about the potential deficiency in the regulations. I think if we, as a separate course of action, should take a proactive steps to making that language less ambiguous, because it will come up again. And I think the onus is on us to make sure that the regulations are more cut and dried. instead of
Thank you.
making each applicant pay for analysis from the scratch.
Thank you, Bob, for that. I don't disagree. So does somebody want to make a motion to retain an outside consultant?
Commissioner Holt,
Clark so moves.
Holt second.
Thank you. Roll call on the motion. Commissioner Holt,
Aye.
Kitts,
Aye.
Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so it's unanimous to initiate the process for bringing in a third-party consultant.
Okay,
All right.
I'll go ahead and start that process and finding someone.
Okay. And we will do all we can to move it along as efficiently and rapidly as possible. All right.
So what is the next step for this hearing?
Well, we'll have to continue this until we have received the consultant's information.
Yeah, so the next
David
step,
Clark, point of order.
David, yes?
I think the commission also has to take a vote as whether the applicant is going to pay for it. That's not an absolute under the regulations. I think it says the commission can require the applicant to pay for it. In this particular instance, I think the problem is the commission understanding their own regulation. And it's difficult to have an applicant pay for an outside consultant to explain that to the commission.
I don't believe it's an issue of not understanding the regulation. I believe it's an issue of applying the regulation to the facts as we see them. And it's a pretty straightforward question. Given the data, does this particular sloped area constitute an inland bank or not? It's not a question of not understanding what the regulation says. Let me see where
it's on page 11 of, page 21 of general provisions
okay.
that were updated in September 2017. I can share it on my computer.
Okay, I'm just pulling it up.
It's 1.10 regulations for hiring outside consultants under Mass General Law, Chapter 44 and 53G.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't quite hear. I think in 107 Taylor's Pond, I think you guys made it very clear in the motion that the third-party consultant would be hired at the applicant's expense.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't hear that in this motion, but it also may have been the fact that Tom made it and it was through a telephone connection. So I would, if you are requiring that it be paid for at the applicant's expense, I would recommend issuing or putting forth another motion for that fact.
Okay, I'm reading that. It does say may, and it is qualified by reasonable fees. So would someone wish to restate the motion?
This is Commissioner Holt. I have a question or statement. Yes. If the commission were to pay for this, the consultant, could we also ask for guidance on how to rewrite that section so that it is more clear what the regulations mean going forward?
You mean on the definition of the inland bank and
yes.
And
right, exactly. So go do two things. It's review what's been presented to the commission as well as providing some guidance on how can this be more clear.
I think that's sensible. And as I read the regulation, that the commission may impose reasonable fees for the employment of outside consultants, it strikes me that it's possible to do this where a portion of the consulting fee would be paid for by the town to help with the clarification of the regulation, and some other portion would be carried by the applicant. I'm not quite sure how we would do that.
Then possibly the thing to do is to keep the motion and the vote to hire a third-party consultant and leave the issue of payment out. And that would give me a chance to reach out to various people that have this expertise and try to get some feel for cost. And then maybe we could continue this to another hearing, and that would just be the nature of the conversation, would be the hiring of the third-party consultant.
Okay, well, that's what we did. We just approved it without any reference to fees. I think we can provide assurance to the applicant's representative that we will keep her in the loop as we proceed and get ideas of what this cost will be and what portion of it the town may be willing to bear for the purposes that Dee Dee just listed. And proceed from that point.
Does the commission want to make an additional motion to continue this to a specific date?
That's what we need to do next.
Yep.
So we're gonna use the May 13th date and see by then what where we are and what the date will be to move forward on the rest of the application. So is there a motion to continue to May 13th?
Wait, Commissioner Holtz here. Question, is the moving it to the 13th rather than the 6th to give us more time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, I really wish, obviously, we could move quickly, within a day or two, but I would imagine it would take me more than a week to find someone and see if they'd be willing to take this on.
Okay, so move that to continue the hearing to May 13th.
Kits, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue. Commissioner Holt?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We'll continue this to May 13th, but Callie will be in touch with Stephanie as she moves through this process of bringing somebody in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to take a short 10-minute break at this point. right, we're back. All right, Callie, move on to the next matter.
Okay, 41 Woodcarver Knoll, Stephen and Mary Keating, SC 103398. Proposed elevated walkway with both permanent and seasonal sections at 41 Woodcarver Knoll, Assessor's Map 11D-B.
Yes, Mark Burgess here.
Yes, hello, Mark.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, Mark Burgess, Shorefront Consulting. I know the applicant and Teresa Sprague and Bill Riley are also on the line.
Okay.
My
Bill
part of
Riley's
this is
here.
brief. Yes. My part of this is brief. When we walked away from the first meeting, we were asked to revise the plan to put the access on the plan, which Thad has done and submitted that a while ago. And then we were also asked to look into an alternative for the an alternative to the elevated walkway in the BVW. And the questions were regarding potentially the use of an at-grade biodegradable matting through this area. And the way that the project is presented is that the elevated walkway being permanent doesn't provide any further disturbance to the area than its initial installation, and that vegetation can grow under it and around it, as opposed to leaving a 4-foot wide path through there. And then, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Teresa. She's been out there to completely evaluate the situation. So Teresa, if you would take it over. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design. I spoke with Mark Burgess. He asked me to go out and take a look at the area, specifically the area through the BVW and the vegetation that's in that area and what's currently happening. So as you know, there has been an access path through the bordering vegetated wetland and over the salt marsh to allow the property owners to reach the water. It's basically a footpath, which is muddy, and when I was out there a week or so ago, quite mucky due to just basically all of the rainfall. The vegetation within the bordering vegetated wetland area is a mix of native and invasive vegetation. There's shrub, honeysuckle, multiflora rose, porcelain berry. In addition to that, native vegetation includes different rush species, as well as ferns and some native but fairly aggressive solidagos, goldenrods, growing throughout the area. Mark had asked me to consider the idea of this jute path, which I had looked at with Mark previously on a project on Muddy River, where the property owners at that point were looking for access to the water, but because of the Pleasant Bay ACEC, were not allowed to put a catwalk down to the river area. In this particular case, my understanding is there's no prohibition in putting a catwalk through this area. And as a matter of fact, I think in this particular case, having an elevated walkway over this area would allow that ground cover. There's quite a bit of compaction in here. They would allow, once the compaction is eased and people are not walking directly on the wet soil any longer, vegetation would quickly fill in around and underneath the catwalk. I know the jute matting was used as a solution because there was no other alternative. It was not the preferred alternative in the Muddy River situation, but there just wasn't any other permittable alternative. But as you all know, that material is 100% biodegradable. It's developed to degrade, so to break down over time. So at most, it would be a temporary way for the property owners to access through the bordering vegetated wetland without getting over the mud. It will not allow vegetation to grow underneath it because there's going to continue to be compaction from walking over it over time. It's going to biodegrade as it's designed to do and will therefore need to be continually replaced. So there would be, it's not providing any more function or better function or any better protection to the bordering vegetated wetland than an elevated catwalk would do. In the end, there'd be less disturbance once the catwalk was installed and vegetation would be able to grow back in through the area, where using a jute matting is going to require continual maintenance, continual replacement of the jute matting. It's going to continue the compaction and won't allow vegetation to grow underneath it, similar to what's currently happening here. It will fill in and it will just get muddy again. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about that analysis and the vegetation that's in the area.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Callie, can you put up the revised site plan? Do you happen to have it?
Sure.
Teresa, how, on average, how long do these natural fiber jute mats last before they biodegrade?
So they more photo degrade. So basically, when you're using them in other situations, for instance, when you're doing bank stabilization, you're growing vegetation through it very quickly, or it's being covered with sand so that it's not exposed to sunlight, because that's what really breaks these materials down. But in this case, because it's just going to be continually walked on, it wouldn't be covered with, we're not filling or proposing to fill on top of it. It's basically just exposed jute. And because it is continuously being walked on and the area underneath it compacting, it's probably going to break down within a couple of years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions on that alternative from other commissioners?
Clark has a question.
Yes, go ahead, Tom.
Have any of the changes proposed by the applicant resulted in the withdrawal of objections by the neighbors or the Conservation Department?
What objections were those?
My notes from February 26th noted that Ted Kaon and a number of the neighbors had stated their opposition.
I don't remember that there being a letter regarding any neighbor opposition. We were asked to look at access from the adjacent property, which is private property, and that's not available. Ted Keon's letter was kind of a standard letter from that commission. They just don't like any structures anywhere. But that's not in accordance with the regulations.
So the answer is no, nobody's withdrawn their objections.
There are no objections with the exception of the Stage Harbor Management, the South Coast Management Plan, and they oppose every single catwalk and or pier. Our zoning bylaw specifically provides that catwalks are approvable. So the answer is,
you guys have been very clever with your phraseology, but you still haven't answered my question, which is, did people who said that they were opposed to it, have they withdrawn their objections? It's a simple question. It's either yes or no.
Well, yeah, everything's simple with you, Tom, but you keep referring to
nice cheap shot.
Well, Tom, you say you mentioned neighbors. There are no neighbor letters. There's no neighbor opposition to this application. The only thing you have is a letter from Ted Keon reporting to you that the state, I don't even know the name of the title of the group anymore, the South Coast Harbor Management Plan Committee is opposed to it.
They are the only opposition.
They're the only opposition, and they oppose every single application for a catwalk. So the answer is no, they have not withdrawn their application, their opposition, because until all the members die and there are new members appointed, they're still going to oppose it. That's a joke.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's not a regulatory board.
Understood, but that is the answer to the question. The objection still stands. Okay.
Right.
There's a single objection.
Okay.
Yep.
Other questions all right, if there's no other questions on the consideration of the marsh mat as an alternative, are there other questions and comments from commissioners?
Commissioner Holt, I have one. I had two, but first one is I looked at the alternative analysis, which is in the material provided on page 3 of 5, and number 5, option number 5. I'd like to see that one explored further. It says, basically it's about using the street, which is, you know, adjacent to their property, and then just cutting across. Now, I know there's private property there, but it would be less obstructive just to create a short path from the street to their catwalk, or to an elevated walkway leading to the catwalk.
Okay, Callie, can we put that site plan back up for a second?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, sorry.
That would be the least disruptive to the BBW by just simply using access that's already available.
So if I understand you, Dee Dee, while Callie's looking for that, what you're saying is the access would be down the street to the end of the BBW, and then a walkway would be created to connect to the seasonal walkway.
Yeah, Bill Riley, the concern about that, I wasn't aware that was an alternative. The concern about that is that a lot of people have a right to walk on that street, and people being people, the odds are that they'd walk down to the end of the street and then they'd walk down our walkway. So we would oppose it on that basis.
Well, I mean, there are situations similar to this all over town, and people use, you know, simple signage that just indicates this is private property.
Just like the sign that's on that pathway at the end of the road that says deeded rights holders only.
I wonder how well that's observed.
Well, your client is saying that they can't use it, so they're observing it.
Well, we have a law-abiding client. That makes them unusual when it comes to access to the water.
If I may, through the chair, Mark
Mark.
Burgess again. Yes. Mm-hmm. So if I scale off the plan, it's about 30 feet to the property line, and then another 30 feet over somebody else's property, just to get up to the street level, or actually just up to some level that's similar to the street by looking at the contours. So you're still looking at 60 feet of structure there. You're looking at access over private property, which is not in the commission's purview. You know, the applicant is allowed access over their own property. Any other access using that shortcut is problematic at best.
Mm-hmm. You mean so the applicant doesn't own the property that abuts the street?
No, that's the street, and that's a private parcel right next to them.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, Bill Riley, I didn't realize. I was looking at the wrong line for the property line.
Which is the property line?
The property line is, if you look at, excuse me, Thad, let me, Mark, let me explain. So the property line is the line inside of which is green. And so outside the green area is property not owned by the applicant.
Correct.
Candidly, I couldn't tell you who owns it without doing a title search, but.
I can, well, it's on the list of abutters that's in the applicant, but it's private property. I looked that up.
Okay. Okay.
This is Commissioner Clark. Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. I'm sure you will. But I remember at the hearing on February 26th that you noted that the neighbor was freely and openly allowing folks in the neighborhood to use his property for beach access.
I think that's correct. It's not particularly relevant to this issue, because if he's freely allowing it, he can stop. So.
Can somebody point out the property line for me on the map there?
It's everything that is
Callie,
Mark, just a minute.
Sorry,
Mark,
can I
Go
speak?
ahead, let Callie show it, go ahead.
All right, let Callie show it.
Is it, because I'm the only one that can drive here?
Yeah, that's the property line.
That's it.
Yep, it's everything. It's the interface between what's green up here and what's white down here. So it's this line.
Yeah, Bill Riley, that's correct, Callie.
Okay.
So so it's this whole strip here that's private?
Right.
Here's the road, right? Woodcarver Knoll.
Yeah, see,
Yep.
if I could explain briefly, the under our planning board regulations, when you create a way for subdivision purposes, which was Woodcarver Knolls, there was a vehicle tracks there, but they created a way so they could subdivide the lower portion. The applicant is required to have a buffer strip between the way and adjacent properties. The purpose of which is to prevent that property owner from using the way if they don't have the rights to it. So in this instance, the Keating property, which had a structure which predated, the creation of Woodcarver Knoll, they had a right to use the vehicle tracks to get back up to Route 28. And so their right to use Woodcarver Knoll don't extend past their driveway. And then so when the developer put in Woodcarver Knoll, they put in this buffer strip, which, as I say, does not belong to the Keatings. So, but that's why it's there. It's a planning board regulation.
So there may not be objection to crossing over it. In other words, not using it, just passing over it to get to their property.
That's using
this,
it.
This is Mark again.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, let me finish. I mean, it's really a property rights issue. We don't have any right to use it. And that means that if we use it, at some point in the future, the people who do own it can refuse to allow us to make that crossing. You're talking about doing a permanent change there. That's why it's so important for this to be on their own property.
Miss Chairwoman, this is Steve Keating, the property owner. May I add a comment?
Yes, Mr. Keating, go ahead.
So very, very good question. And certainly if we had the ability to do that, it would be much cheaper, much easier, and so on. And I don't know if this is really a legal reason, but one of the reasons why we bought this home, which is on the water, and obviously we paid up for the fact that it is on the water, is really a safety issue. We do not want our children, we expect to have grandchildren, walking out on that street. And we're fortunate to live on a very quiet street, which we did in Winchester, Mass, raising our kids. And our son at 9 years old got hit by a landscaping truck out in front of our nice little quiet street. So the reason we decided to invest our life savings in this home, a lot of it has to do with the safety. So we will not have our kids walking out on a street to access that. And though it may only be 30 or 40 feet, that's just not acceptable to us. And it's a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keating. Appreciate that input.
I have one other question.
Yes, go ahead, Dee Dee.
In looking at the diagram, again, the catwalk plan, it looks as though the walkway through the BBW is wider than the walkway, than the catwalk. Is that true, or is that, am I misunderstanding the drawing?
Could Callie show that portion of the plan on the screen? There you go. Thank you, Callie.
This is Mark Burgess. Through the chair.
Yes, Mr. Burgess, go ahead.
The walkway's 3 foot wide everywhere.
Okay. I do see what Dee Dee's saying. There seems to be a there's some line that runs along either side of it that's dotted.
That might be the work limit. but it is 3 feet wide everywhere.
Okay, okay. It's not listed, it doesn't say that.
In the details on the lower left-hand corner.
Okay. Let me get it over there. Okay.
Okay.
It may well be, but it's exactly 3 feet on all parts.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, one other comment then on this. The orientation is east-west, correct, primarily, which is the least desirable orientation for a catwalk or an elevated walkway, just because of the shading. The greater shading is provided with this orientation. Since the DEP has been suggesting a 1.5 to 1 ratio, that might make more sense in this case to allow more sunlight to get beneath it, especially with the one that's going to be there. It'll be there year round, even though it will be primarily used during the, 4 or 5 months of the season.
I'm going to let Bill speak to part of that, because the zoning regs govern more of the design of these things than conservation. Higher certainly presents a visual impact, and I know from previous applications, the commission was concerned as to how much of these structures were visible. So they meet the 1-to-1 current regulations, and it was designed that way for that reason.
I think this is Bill Riley. I'd ask Teresa to chime in regarding whether the orientation is going to really inhibit the growth under it.
So, sorry, Teresa Sprague here. So the orientation of the proposed catwalk will not inhibit vegetation from growing under it. Vegetation will grow around, and some vegetation will grow under it. Of course, there will be some shading, so that's going to limit the kinds of vegetation that will grow underneath it. But unlike the, putting a jute walkway directly on the ground where continued foot traffic and compaction will impact the ability of vegetation to grow entirely.
I was referring to the height, to let more sunlight, raising the height of the walkway to allow more sunlight beneath it.
This is Bill Riley. I think that's something I'd have to discuss with the Keatings. I mean, I don't know how important it is to them. Whether it's yeah. I mean, how much higher would it be, Mark?
Would have to be a 1.5 feet higher. So 3 foot wide would be 4.5 feet to the underlying structural member. So the decking would be about 5 feet above the ground.
Just to interject here, this comment, I think Dee, you already mentioned it, was in the Mass Division of Marine Fisheries comment letter for the project. That was read into the record at the last hearing.
Yes. Right. Mark Burgess again. So there's been a lot of discussion on this, and the DMF letter comes up at every hearing I go to, regardless of whether it's in Chatham or Yarmouth or Dennis or wherever. That's all about John Logan's study, and we've been through this in its entirety. The study is merely a suggestion. It's not a regulation. No town has made this a regulation, the 1.5 to 1.
Agreed, but it is a comment from DMF, and I think the commission in the past has considered it. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just responding that it was a comment offered for consideration, and that's what it says in the letter. It's not a regulation. It's a comment for the commission's consideration. So that's why I'm bringing it up.
I understand, and our approach was to design it in accordance with the regulations. Somebody's dialing the phone.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't share my screen and facilitate the meeting, so I'm gonna have to unshare. Apologize.
Okay, go ahead. So you're doing that. I have a question following up on the last hearing.
Oh, I know, I have to mute myself.
Okay. That there was going to be, you guys were going to consult with an ecologist or to look at proposal for enhancing the resource area. I understand, Mark, your point about there's no mitigation needed because an elevated walkway is better for the resource area. And while that's true to some extent, it doesn't mean that there's no impact whatsoever. There may be less impact than the walking. So I thought we had talked about, I understood the objection to doing any kind of vegetation management in the BVW, but I thought there was going to be some consideration given to some kind of work enhancing it.
I'm going to let Teresa take that over.
Okay, thank you.
So I think obviously, and I did speak very briefly with the property owners, of course, with the social distancing requirements and all of that. It was challenging to have an on-site discussion with the property owners. They are aware that the invasive vegetation is problematic and would continue to consume most of the area over time. Certainly, that would provide some improvement to the ecological integrity of the resource area, but we did not discuss an in-depth plan for any kind of management at this time.
Yes, right. That was also the case at the last hearing, but I was just wondering if there was any consideration given to what short of invasive management might be done to improve and enhance the resource area.
Certainly, if a catwalk was constructed, that I would recommend doing some planting basically in and around. I think if we leave it alone, over time the vegetation would fill in around and underneath the catwalk, but certainly that could be enhanced with the planting plugs of some of the species that are actually on site already. So the rush species that we're seeing there that are holding their own against some of the invasive vegetation.
Okay, so if they didn't do that, the likely outcome would be that the invasive would take over in that area around.
It definitely could over time, yes.
But the rushes are doing what they can to resist the invasion.
In the ferns, so you could certainly do some plugging to enhance that.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I've consulted with the Keatings regarding the height of the walkway.
Yes.
And in keeping with his concern about his grandchildren, if the thing's going to be 5 feet off the ground, it's 5.5 feet off the ground, then he thinks it would require railings on both sides and would have a significantly greater visual impact. And since Teresa has opined that even at the lower height, there will be growth underneath the catwalk, we'd prefer to leave it as designed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have you are you scheduled to go to ZBA on this? Do you need that?
Yeah, we're filed.
We're filed, okay.
And I believe, but I'm not certain, that we're on the May 28th meeting. They skipped a couple of meetings and they really got loaded up. So
yeah, like everybody else.
Like everybody else. So I believe we're on the May 28th meeting.
And Bill, just refresh me. What is the regulation in the zoning bylaw on height?
I'm embarrassed to say I didn't read it, but I don't think there is a zoning regulation regarding height. Height has always been an issue that we dealt with the Conservation Commission. Like up on Linnell Lane, where we have a whole series of catwalks.
Right.
One of the principal focuses of the Conservation Commission at that time, things change, was to keep it as low as possible. And although they wanted it high enough so the stuff could grow underneath. But so there's nothing in the zoning bylaw about height.
Okay. Thank you.
To the chair, this is Callie.
Yes. Yep.
I guess it's worth having. I mean, we're in very limited time because we have 5 more hearings left and 35 minutes. So I guess in the interest of time, I think the commission at the last hearing asked for sort of plantings and documentation, whether it's a narrative and or a plan showing where those plantings would go. That wasn't received, and I'm hearing from, at least from you, the chair, that's something that we thought we were receiving. Is that something that we're requesting? I'm just trying to get
Yes,
a kind
I
of
would like,
finite answer
yes.
so that we can move on.
Well, we left it last time that they would consult. And I understand now that Teresa is on board and is consulting, and I would ask that the suggestion that plantings of rushes and ferns, plugs around and underneath the catwalk be made part of the proposal.
Bill Riley, that's certainly acceptable. And I guess the question is that something you want to see before you take a final vote and issue an order?
Yes.
Yes, I would recommend that the commission
Yes.
see the documentation before issuing its decision.
Yes.
Okay, so I would then ask Teresa if she can give us a timeline for preparing either a plan or a narrative that would respond to the commission's concern.
Maybe before Teresa answers, is the commission asking, let's really nail this down, is the commission asking for a plan and a land management plan, which she typically does, or are we just asking for a narrative? Because that would most likely dictate Teresa's time frame.
Yes, I would not go so far as to call it a land management plan, because that implies invasive management, which we're not doing here. So it's
Do you want to see the plants on a plan or just a letter stating what she's planning on planting?
If the letter has sufficient detail, I don't need it added to a plan. We're talking about plugs of rushes and ferns along all sides of the catwalk and underneath it. So I'd need a definite description of how many, how dense.
I think since she's asked to do that, if they were just shown on the plan, I don't think that would be a prohibitive thing to request. I mean, there is the old, what is it? Area equals pi r squared, or yeah.
That's the area of a circle.
Yeah, right. So how much the 10-inch diameter pilings are basically taking away from the BBW? Just.
I'm sorry, Mark Burgess through the chair.
Yes, Mark.
An 8-inch piling, I believe, is approximately 1 square foot. So a 10-inch piling is, slightly more than that.
79 square inches. Whatever that is.
There are 15 pilings in the BVW.
Okay.
But is the commission, sorry, Callie here, is the commission asking for the planting to mitigate the area of the post, or is the commission asking for the path in that BVW to be replanted and restored as BVW, which would, once this permanent catwalk was installed above the BVW, those plants would fill in and grow back? That's a distinction there.
Yes, it is a distinction, but the latter is what I have in mind, what I'm getting to. But I don't see why it wouldn't also qualify as mitigation for the pilings, because I don't believe that they have been mitigated. So that kind of planting would, in my view, qualify as that mitigation.
But
Bill Riley, and the applicant would have no objection to that. And so I guess Teresa's going to provide you with a written narrative that will contain numbers of plants and types of plants. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think Dee Dee was also asking for a plan.
And they'll be added to the plan, right?
Well,
I don't know how you do that, but I mean,
how do you do it?
A note on the plan would also be a note on the actual.
It would be a note on the plan, so exactly right, so that
is fine.
They're protected.
Right, yeah, because they're going to be under the catwalk mostly. So anyway, so Teresa, what kind of time do you think you need to prepare that?
I could provide a narrative and notes to be added to Thad's plan or Mark's plan before next Wednesday.
Okay, so I guess then we would ask to be continued to the work session, hopefully for a decision.
Do you not have to wait until ZBA?
No, in fact, well, it's up to you. That's up to you.
Usually the commission, I think, does in some circumstances in case the project changes at ZBA, but it's up to you guys.
This is,
that was part of the reason I was asking about what the ZBA requirements with respect to height might be.
Well, I believe this is one of those situations where, you know, that kind of concern when you're dealing with a house or a substantial structure that might intrude on a sideline setback or something like that is clearly a relevant concern. I think that when you're dealing with a catwalk, which is 3 feet wide, generally the zoning board considers concerns of the Conservation Commission and visual concerns rather than moving the thing around, candidly. So, but it's up to the commission. I think it'd be appropriate for to close the meeting and issue your order.
This is Commissioner Holt.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that the commission is all comfortable. We haven't really talked about where the catwalk ends, the point at which it ends, and that there is I think a ladder proposed at the end of it, and the access stairs to allow public walkway are now what, above mean high water?
This is Mark Burgess, through the chair.
Yes, Mark.
Yes, I consulted with DEP on that, and that the stairs are located at mean high water. I realize that because mean high water is at a different angle, you know, there's a slight little difference there, but the stairs are supposed to be located at mean high water. They're okay if they're in the marsh, and that's where the lateral access has to be provided in accordance with Chapter 91. Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry, to address your question at the end, yes, the ladder is proposed at the end, no stairs, and it doesn't protrude beyond the outer edge of the marsh.
Yep. Dee, anything else?
No, we hadn't talked about that. We usually have quite a discussion, or often have had quite a discussion about, you know,
the end point
of a catwalk.
Right. This one seems more straightforward. Other questions or comments from other commissioners?
Yeah, Bob Rawls. Yeah.
Yes, Bob.
The seasonal catwalk, seasonal meaning seasonal, it gets removed every season. Will that be able to be removed without walking on the resource area?
Mark Burgess, through the chair.
Yes, Mark, go ahead.
The way that the monopile is designed and the jog that's in it, no, you're going to have to be able to get underneath it to unbolt the piling to be able to lift it out. Now, once it's lifted out, you can carry the sections across the walkway. So it's a minimal amount of activity. You can start at the end, pick up a section, and 2 people can carry it along the walkway till they get up to the up one.
And it's stored on the permanent walkway, is that correct?
I think that's an awesome place to put it, yes. In the off season, vegetation's dormant. It's a great place to put it.
Mr. Delvecchio here.
Yes, Bob. Yes, Bob.
I just had a question on the preparation of planting underneath the year-round catwalk. Is that going to be done? That's probably a question for Teresa.
I'm sorry, Bob, could you repeat the question?
How about the preparation of for planting underneath the year-round catwalk? Is that going to be done before you plant? And will the plants be shade tolerant?
Yes, I would recommend a mix of plants that are both shade tolerant and then plants that are going to grow around. So for instance, some of the ferns that we put in there would be more shade tolerant ferns. The rushes would be out along the edges. We may use some sedges that are appropriate to bordering vegetated wetland situation that would be more shade tolerant as well. And as far as when in preparation for planting, once the catwalk is constructed, we could go in and plant right around. It's going to be high enough. It's not going to be comfortable. You know, the guys are going to have to lay on their bellies and put in the plugs, but we can get it planted underneath the catwalk once it's constructed. I wouldn't recommend doing any planting before it's constructed.
Will the ground be aerated or cultivated before the plants go in, since it's compacted?
Basically, when we plug into areas that are compacted, one of the other plants that I will definitely be using is path rush, and because that deals really well with the compacted soils and helps the root systems help break up that compaction. So I think as you know, once the area is constructed, when we're plugging, we also use a mycorrhizal inoculant to help root establishment and growth when we put the plugs in the ground. So I don't see it being a huge issue of us needing to go and do any kind of excavation or anything in order to air the ground. We let the plants do the bulk of that work.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mark Burgess again.
Yes, Mark.
Just as a clarification on the zoning regs, I brought them up on my other screen. The catwalk is allowed to have no more than one handrail, can't be more than 3 feet wide, and I'll quote you, this is page 31 of the zoning bylaw in the Conservancy District, and item E, where is it? I'm sorry. On that, it just says, the height of the catwalk shall not exceed any of the current state and local regulations.
Okay. Okay.
I think just to sort of move things along, I think the two open-ended questions are, when are we going to continue this to? And the two options were to the work session or till after the zoning board has a chance to meet. Sorry, I'm just sort of trying to, in the last 20 minutes, we have 5 hearings left.
Yep.
Again, Bill Riley would ask to have it now rather than if we wait until after the May 28th meeting. I mean, the summer's gone, you know, so. But whatever, it's up to you guys, I know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And there's lots more permitting to do in the meantime.
Yep. If we can get everything that's coming into us by next week, I would be in favor of moving this to the work session on the 6th. I want to get these things out.
What about the other commissioners?
I'll make that motion that we continue to make.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, roll call for the continue to the work session. Commissioner Holt.
Aye.
Pitts.
Aye.
Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All right, let's continue to the work session on May 6th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
All right.
For violations, 114 Potnumkett Road, owner William G. Aschenbach, vegetation clearing, regrading, construction of a stone wall, patio, fire pit, trampoline, ball court with white wooden soundboard / movie screen. The commission received a PDF of photographs and an updated site plan on Monday of this week. Typically materials are the commission requires more than just 2 days to review materials, and also additional materials were required that were not submitted. So I would recommend to the commission that you continue this violation discussion to the work session in May.
I agree. Gentlemen, I have not even looked at the documents that have been submitted other than a 15-second glance at the photographs to see the earth mover. and I have not looked at the site plan yet. So we will have to hold off discussion on this until the work session.
That would also require that all of the required materials that were outlined in the enforcement order to be submitted to the commission no later than April 29th.
April 29th.
Madam Chair, Bill Riley on behalf of the applicant. We had some, virus communication problems, which, we accept responsibility for. So I apologize for that, and we accept the idea of continuing it. We'll have all the information in.
All right, understood. Just, we have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 violations that are older. They're getting older all the time. I understand the delays that people have. This was an order that was issued in February based on an initial notice of violation from May of 2019. So we have been, you're going to hear me saying there's a lot coming up. We've been more than patient, but it's time to move on and wrap these up. So we will ask for a motion to move this to the work session on the 6th, so long as all materials, the restoration plan, everything that's required under the enforcement order is submitted no later than May 29th.
Commissioner Holt so moves.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Kitts, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote for the continuance of this to May 6th. Commissioner Holt?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Delvecchio, aye. That was April 29th. You want the
April 29th. Oh, did I misspeak? I say May?
Yeah.
April 29th.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This will be taken up on May 6th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Outermost Harbor Marine, 83 Seagull Road, vegetation removal and regrading in wetland resource areas and buffer zones and / adjacent upland resource area. Again, this is a similar situation where the commission required certain documentation under the enforcement order that was issued, and only the site plan was received.
And when was the site plan received?
It was received
yesterday?
No, it was initially received. There was one plan that didn't show all the resource areas. So the a new site plan, the revised one, which is on the Dropbox, I'll pull it up here now, was received. I think I can look back at my email, but
all right, I've got it right here. I'm pulling it up, just looking at the date of it. Because again, it has come in very recently, so I have not had a chance yet to really examine it.
I have it downloaded onto my computer as April 20th, so yeah, that's on Monday.
Yeah, that's about what I remembered it coming in at.
Unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to right now to stamp as received. Given the fact that the commission is meeting every week, that requires a stamp to be as received and then scanned to me, and that just email is a lot faster. So.
Yep. Well, I know I received it on I think we all each received it, had access to it on the 20th, but that's not in accordance with our practice, and I don't know that anybody else has had a chance to look at it.
I mean, whether or not people have looked at it, or again, it hasn't been what's required hasn't been submitted.
Hi, Callie, this is Devin over at Outermost. I submitted this on April 16th. Sorry, can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see an email with that date on it because I have a copy of it.
Yep, I sent it on April 16th, and I dropped it off to the town hall as well.
Okay.
So I guess the point, rather than the point of, it's the day after the 1 week deadline, okay, but what was required wasn't submitted.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, Callie, about the deficiencies in what was submitted with in comparison to what the enforcement order required.
Okay, so let me just pull that up. Please give me a minute.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Janet, this is Devin over at Outermost. Do you mind if I say something in the meantime?
No, go ahead, Devin. You may.
Okay, so the only reason that we didn't go forward with Wilkinson at this time was that I wanted to discuss with the commission prior to, because of the plantings that were done by Quinnesset already. So I did watch the previous meeting, and I just wanted to discuss with everyone what you had thought you would like to have done here.
Okay. Well, I believe while Callie's looking for, without any regard to specifically what was planted there, and I believe there are a number of Rosa rugosa plants, the enforcement order required a restoration plan prior to any action being taken that would describe the proposed plantings that would require approval prior to them being placed.
Yeah, I have it right here, Janet. It's
Okay.
a site plan. Several things were required. Site plan should be revised to show disturbed resource areas and buffer zones, the area and square footage of the disturbed zone, the distance of the disturbed areas to adjacent salt marsh, the distance between the approved staging area and the area of disturbance. A restoration plan and work protocol should be submitted with details on how the disturbed area shall be returned to pre-construction condition. The restoration plan shall be developed by a qualified individual, and the work shall be performed by an individual with ecological restoration experience. The Commission reserves the right to interview the contractor prior to start of work, in which case the applicant shall appear before the Commission to request approval of a consultant contractor appropriately qualified to undertake the project. And originally, the enforcement hearing was on March 25th, which was then continued to April 9th. Unfortunately, I don't think Outermost was present at that time, but they had submitted some materials, and so here we are today.
Right.
With the third continuation of the enforcement order to receive the required materials.
And hi all, this is Charlie Agro, engineer for Outermost Harbor, and I had tried to say something before. I had unmuted it on my cell phone, but I didn't press the *6 so that everybody can hear me. I can go through the site plan. The site plan was originally submitted, and Callie had mentioned that there were a few things missing, so I did update that site plan. I think that should show, I used the enforcement order as a checklist, and I think that should show just about everything. So as far as the site plan goes, I can, if we want to discuss that, I think that would be great.
Charlie, this is Callie. Can you please tell me, you guys initially submitted a site plan, and I sent an email back to you saying that it needed additional information on it. At what time did you send that back to me?
I had forwarded it to Devin. And are you talking, Devin?
Yeah, sorry, that was the one I submitted to Callie on the 16th. That was the revised one. The most recent one was the 16th.
Okay.
And Callie, I can even send you an email with the revised one if you don't have it. I can do that right now.
I have it. I mean, this is just, it's up to the Commission what you want to do. My only statement of fact here today is that the required materials were not submitted, and this is the third continuation of the enforcement hearing.
Janet, do you mind if I say something real quickly about this?
Go ahead, Devin.
The only thing that wasn't brought up previously on this that I'd like to bring up was the letter from the Quinnesset Association.
Mm-hmm.
Just discussing what this land has always been used as and was previously used as just this last summer as parking for a police detail. So I do understand that those trucks were parked off of the main road right there, but this area in question has always been used as parking. And it most recently, obviously, by that police detail this last summer that they've documented.
And I think along with that,
is there actual documentation of that use? I mean, I saw a letter that said that, but I don't.
Well, so Quinnesset hired the police detail, and that's where they had them stationed.
But it wasn't clear from the letter whether or not they were stationed in the actual area that we had our staging site visit, which almost looks a little bit like a parking area, versus where the trucks were parked, which was outside of that sort of quote unquote enclosed parking area.
Well, in the letter that I submitted, he does say that directly that area that's in question was what it has always been used as parking.
It wasn't clear to me from the letter, but.
And Charlie Agro here, maybe to help clear things up, rather than maybe getting too deep into, whether it's been used previously or how it was used and over time, if it's been used for parking, driving, access. At this rate, there was a disturbance. In good faith, Quinnesset Association tried to do the right thing and have the area replanted with vegetation that is similar to other vegetation in the area. As you can see on the site plan, let's see, in photo number 1, it's, not the best quality photo, but you can see both sides of the access path. Looking at photo number 1, I'm not sure if everybody has this handy or not, but this is from the beach side looking at Morris Island Road. On the right-hand side is where the disturbance had taken place. And then looking again at photo number 2, you can see the white signs where right after the violation took place, Callie had called me. I went down there the next day to take a look at things. She had asked me to put signs up that said no access. So that's what those white signs are, and they were placed in there right afterwards. And I spoke with Devin after the violation was notified, and I told him that nobody can park there anymore, and he understood that throughout the rest of the project, and nobody parked there. When you're looking at this picture, just to the right of the white signs where there wasn't a disturbance, again, it's hard to necessarily see, but it looks like a very similar bush as to what was planted by Quinnesset Association. And like I said, they were just trying to do the right thing, plant what was disturbed with Rosa rugosa, which is, typically used coastal vegetation. I'm not a plant specialist, so I can't really speak more so to that. The disturbed area was measured to be about 320 square feet, and 15 plants were installed in the disturbed area, which is about a 4 to 5 foot radius in between each of the plants. And I guess if there's any more questions regarding that, I can try to answer them.
All right, thank you, Charlie.
Because at this point, the disturbance was made. Maybe the corrections weren't made exactly in the order that the enforcement order had requested. And Devin did apologize for that. I saw in an email. So they did ask us to prepare this site plan that was submitted, and they did go out there and do some plants. Again, maybe it wasn't in the exact order that things were supposed to be done in, but the area has been replanted. And prior to the plants, they did rake the area out. And I did look at the area the other day. The tire tracks are no longer visible, and I think this has been an issue for a while now, and I think everybody would love to close it out one way or another here.
All right, thank you. At this point, I don't know, it seems to me that what is missing is a consideration of what has been done as restoration and whether the commission is satisfied with that or requires something further that was what was anticipated by the original enforcement order. Is there something, so you said that you had initial conversations with Wilkinson. Is there a further restoration that Wilkinson is willing to commit to writing and to submit to the commission?
Yeah, so I had spoken with Wilkinson and I met with Jay on site, and honestly, I'm happy to do anything you'd like here to make this better, and obviously we're trying to work with you here, but the full plan that Jay submitted to us is overly cost prohibitive at this point. I'd be happy to do anything that you'd like here to remedy the situation. And again, we're sorry that the plants were planted before the commission had a say in it, but that was that was unfortunately done by Quinnesset, who just thought they were helping with the situation and did not realize that they should have waited.
This is Callie to the rest of the commission. Does the commission feel that the plantings that were done by a contractor who we don't know who did the work, is that sufficient to restore the area? I thought the commission was pretty clear on what full restoration looked like, and that was based on an opinion of a qualified restoration ecologist, whether it's Wilkinson or not, to make that determination to the commission. So I guess I would, if the
that is the piece, that's the piece that we don't have, that we need.
I mean, I can understand and I can appreciate Devin reaching out to a firm to get some sort of opinion or get contracted. And, you know, there are other restoration ecologists in the area that, you know, the order doesn't specifically identify Wilkinson as the ecological restoration ecologist. It just simply says a broad restoration ecologist requirement.
I do understand that as well. And I have reached out to multiple people at this point. Wilkinson was the only one, given the present situation at the moment, that I actually had contact with to come down to the site and meet with me. But I have not had any luck. I've had a couple different landscaping companies come down to look at it that have given me no direction whatsoever in terms of saying what they would do to change it.
Right, but they're probably not qualified ecological restoration folks anyway, so
yeah, no,
stay away from that.
I've reached out to multiple, and Jay at Wilkinson was the only one that came down.
This is Commissioner Holt. Do I understand that Jay Putnam gave you a plan or presented some ideas as to what needed to be done?
He gave me a proposal if I would like to move forward with it.
A proposal that didn't include a plan. It was just, you know, here's, in other words, you don't have any idea what they would recommend to be planted in the area.
Well, so what we discussed was leaving the Rosa rugosa and then possibly putting in beach grass if that was something that the commission wanted as well around it.
Well, that sounds logical and the kind of thing that where we would end up had it been gone in the right order.
I understand that, and I have no problem having someone come in and plant beach grass here. That would work.
And another thing, Charlie Agro here, the beach grass planting season is still going on right now. I think people will plant beach grass up till about the end of April or so. So I've got a contractor of mine that can get in there probably within a few days to plant beach grass as well.
I just want to clarify something. Is the commission authorizing them to just go out and plant beach grass?
No. They need to make a proposal of how they're planning to resolve this violation. I don't want to tell them what to do, but it seems that some combination of the plants that were already installed and further plants, probably beach grass, seems logical, should be presented to the commission for its consideration if that's going to resolve the violation. Please don't go ahead and start planting.
Well, in some
I understand
cases,
we've got time constraints here because we're coming up to the end of April.
Yeah, and in a lot of cases here that I've been involved with for beach grass plantings for dunes, like Oceanfront Condos dune is one that comes to mind, and that was a dune that we did the grading plan for and did the permitting and design of. And when it came to the beach grass plantings, we basically just specified an area of grass plantings to be installed, and typically they're either placed on a 12-foot off-center spacing, and they were planted. If that is something that could be entertained by the commission, that's what we can propose for this site right now over the phone to try to get this issue taken care of. In looking at these pictures, in photograph one, it was taken on a nicer day, so you can see there's a lot of beach grass in that area. So I think that is I think that would match the existing vegetation of the area to plant that combination of beach grass in between the places where the Rosa rugosa bushes are.
I guess my question is, Charlie, are you a restoration ecologist?
No, I'm not.
So is the commission going, so the next question would be, is the commission going to backtrack on the restoration ecologist requirement? I'm asking the commission.
Well, this is Commissioner Holt. Well, we're running out of time if we're going to get beach grass planted in there. So, you know, this has just been going on, you know.
And I also will point out that the enforcement order was issued at a time when, before being able to contact and get people to provide things wasn't such a challenge. No one anticipated this.
I mean, I think that they can, you know, move forward with what's required under the enforcement order and submit something by, you know, April 29th. And we could either meet on the 29th or we could meet on the work session. I mean, it's just going to be several days after May. I don't know if that makes a huge difference for beach grass, which again is more of a reason why having a restoration ecologist weigh in on the project several months ago, which was what was required, would have been helpful.
Yep. All right. Charlie, do you think that waiting until May 6th is problematic in terms of missing a window for planting?
As Callie brought up, I'm not a plant specialist. I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
Just given the fact that this is a tough time period right now, we're limited to essential work. Would this even be considered essential work is another question, going out and planting beach grass. And then given the commission dealing with all these new permit applications coming in for essential projects and other projects as well, I just feel that if what is approvable at this point, like I said, I know that there was a violation, and I do know that the enforcement order wasn't followed 100%. And so I don't disagree with Callie on that, and I don't disagree with her on anything regarding that. I think if during this phone call right here, if we can make a decision that to once and for all take care of this situation that was out there, have beach grass planted on a 12-foot off center, providing at least a 1-foot buffer from any Rosa rugosa that was in there. I can contact another thing we can do is I can contact a potential grass planter, see what his time frame is, and maybe have him do a pre-planting meeting with Callie where he can take a look at the site and propose his plan to plant the beach grass. And I know this is an area of expertise for Callie, and if she feels that his plan or methodology would suffice, then it's great and go ahead with it. And then if not, then I guess more measures may need to be taken at that time, and maybe that's a possibility as well. I'm just trying to, fix this for everybody.
Thanks, Charlie. Unfortunately, I am not a decision maker, and this is an enforcement order that was issued by the commission. My enforcement order was ratified by the commission, but I am definitely not going to make any decisions about an enforcement order on site without, especially since the enforcement order that the commission, in my opinion, originally submitted wasn't adhered to.
This is Commissioner Holt again. I think what he's proposing, is reasonable to get this going, and then we would look at it again in the fall, and if need be, at that point, require that more be done. It's just if we miss this planting season, nothing's going to happen. So, planting beach grass is not. I don't think this isn't a big restoration project. It's getting some beach grass in there to protect the area from erosion and creating habitat. So
I don't think that the planting of beach grass is a date specific thing. I think it's an environment specific thing. So I really don't think that 6 additional days will make a huge difference. I'm also not a restoration ecologist, which is why I thought what you guys required, which was a letter from a restoration ecologist, was probably a good idea.
It was a good idea. It was a good idea at the time. It appears that it's not feasible at the moment. But what I would say, in accordance with what Dee Dee just said, if you guys can get it in writing to us by the 29th, by next Wednesday, exactly what you're talking about, how much beach grass, where planted, how, by whom, then we can take it up and approve it at the work session on the 6th.
Okay, I think that's reasonable, and I can call somebody. I could put Devin in touch with somebody tomorrow, and Devin can meet on site, and we can see how things go from there.
Okay, and since they've already been there, if your only option is to go with Wilkinson, then that's what we're going to require. If nobody else is available, this has to be done and gotten taken care of. And I'm sorry you're in a situation where it's going to be more expensive than anticipated, but that's also just the way things are going. All right, so we will take this up then continue this enforcement hearing until the work session on the 6th.
Commissioner Holt, so moved.
Kitts, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue it, the enforcement hearing till the 6th. Commissioner Holt?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Continue to the 6th.
Thank you.
Get everything in by the 29th, guys.
552 Orleans Road, Gately LLC, regrading of resource areas and sedimentation of salt marsh. I received from Nick Crawford a request for a continuation without a date today at 6:53 in the morning, and at somewhere around 8:20 this morning, I received a restoration plan, which I forwarded on to you, and an hour isn't enough time to review a restoration plan, so I recommend continuing this discussion until the work session. I think and I told this to an email to Nick Crawford. I thought he might be here, but I don't see him. In that he needs to coordinate the filing with Coastal Engineering because they're the ones that are the land surveyors for the project. These items can't be considered by the commission, meaning the restoration and the survey work, in isolation. They have to be done together in one package. So I've communicated that to Nick, and hopefully he will submit something like especially a work protocol, which was required by April 29th.
Right. That's what we're going to require. He needs to submit everything by April 29th. Or once again, we're going to be, in order for it to be continued to May 6th. But again, this is another one. This enforcement order was issued in 2019 in June. So we're coming up onto a year since this violation occurred. And I understand the situation that the homeowner is in and his health, but this work simply has to go forward. It cannot be tolerated to have to sit there with that bank exposed the way it is. So if we communicate to Nick that everything needs to be in by the 29th in order for us to review it on the 6th, and if not, we will authorize the beginning of assessment of fines starting on the 29th.
We've already been issuing fines.
Yeah, we'll reassess
of last year. So
that's true. We're gonna have to. Yeah, well, we'll send him a bill for them. All right. So we're gonna then a motion to continue this enforcement hearing to the 6th.
Commissioner Holt moves as stated. So moved.
Okay.
Kitts, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue to the 6th. Commissioner Holt.
Aye.
It's.
Aye.
Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We'll continue this conversation on the 6th.
Okay, Okay, 107 Taylor's Pond Road, tree removal in and within 100 feet of resource areas.
All right, I'll just note here that we have received a restoration plan. I think everybody's had enough opportunity to review it. It is not what the enforcement order required. The enforcement order required restoration in kind, so that all the trees that were removed from the site would be replaced by trees as close as possible to the size of the ones that were removed. Instead, what the restoration plan is proposing is to leave the existing stumps in place and allow them to regenerate through a process known as coppicing, during which the shoots are selectively allowed to regrow and or are pruned away so that only the healthiest and most promising shoots are allowed. I read and appreciate the discussion in the restoration plan that this approach is probably the best and most effective and best for the environment way to replace the canopy that was lost through the violation. Not a tree expert, but I understand how the regeneration will work. And I understand also in the restoration plan the part where invasive treatment will be applied to remove any invasives on the site. It's not clear to me to what extent the site has invasives. But the biggest issue, at least for me, is the time that this will all take. These trees are going to take many years to reach their canopy height. And the question for the commission is, how do we make sure that that happens and that it's not lost going forward? Those are my reactions when I read it. Anybody else have other reactions or observations about the restoration plan that was presented?
This is Kitts here. I mean, I feel like that if we approve this, they got what they wanted, right? I mean, they're going to have this magnificent view for the next 25 or 30 years. So we just kind of bought into their mistake, is my feeling.
Well, I hear you, and I'm not sure that as a practical matter, we can do much about the fact that the trees, until they grow back, they have a view. One thing we can do that I've been thinking about is, as part of an agreement resolving the violation, to require a conservation restriction be placed on the entire back of that lot from the deck on down the coastal bank, so that a restriction that requires the kind of care that this technique of replacing these trees and allowing them to regrow would require. It would run with the land, so that even if they sell the property, any subsequent owner takes the property with notice that this is their obligation to live up to this, and would prevent any further development, installation of any hardscaping, anything in that back area. Short of that, I'm not sure how we protect it.
Janet, Teresa Sprague here. I wonder if I could just speak to the proposed plan for a minute and the commission's concerns.
Yeah.
So I completely, I understand that initially the enforcement required the trees to be replanted to replace what was there. Most of the stumps, if you look at the plan, are fairly small caliber sized trees, 6-inch, 4-inch, 3-inch. There is an 8-inch oak that had been previously cut and some smaller oak stumps. So what we're proposing to put back, I mean, the root systems that support the trees of that size are currently intact, and the trees are actually resprouting. So if we were to say put in a 6-inch caliber tree and put it, at that size, what that would require would be bringing in hydraulic equipment, a tree spade, to dig a hole, you know, at least double the size of a root ball that would come with a 6-inch caliber tree. The amount of disturbance that would be required to plant a tree that big would be completely counter to what I know the commission is trying to get to, and that is restoration, protection of soils, protection of water quality, reducing erosion, making sure the area is stable, and then obviously providing for wildlife habitat, which clearly is lost through the cutting and the loss of biomass. If we were to put in a 6-inch caliper tree, let's say we put in, you know, dozens of them to replace these. Basically, what you'd get is a completely static system for a number of years. So the trees would be replaced. There'd be a massive amounts of soil disturbance, huge holes being dug. There would be no interplay between the root systems like we currently have with the existing stumps that are resprouting. The trees that we're proposing to replace, we're basing off account of what we see that was not resprouting when we were out there doing our analysis. So we're proposing to plant 9 trees back into the area. But and those are based on the stumps that we counted that were not resprouting, so that we know we're not going to get any opportunity to manage through coppice regeneration. For instance, the cedar stump will not regenerate. So that stump will need to be replaced, and we're proposing a couple of cedars to replace that, as well as some layering of oaks, pitch pines, etc. And also we're proposing to plant these trees in areas where they're not going to disturb any existing native vegetation or any of the root systems of the stumps that are currently resprouting. So that's what this plan was based on. There is a bunch of really healthy existing bearberry and Pennsylvania sedge close to the top of the coastal bank, where there were minimum trees cut in that area. Most of the trees were cut down in the southwestern corner of the lot, and there are a few on the eastern side of the lot that we're showing stumps for, but according to some information that I received from the neighbor, and I did share with Callie and with DEP, those trees were previously approved by a commission, I believe back in 2014, for removal to help the neighbor enhance their view. So there are some older stumps on the eastern side of the property, but it sounds like permission was given for those trees to be cut. I'm not sure exactly how many, an administrative review. I'm not sure if it was an admin review or how.
It was a request for determination of applicability.
Yeah, so an RDA was submitted, and I guess they received a negative determination on that, and allowed them to cut. And there's a hand-drawn sketch that I think Tim Kent had submitted that showed a bunch of pitch pines and oaks on that eastern property side to be removed. So I think some of those older stumps, you know, which were removed and probably treated, I'm presuming, that are not resprouting, we were not counting in our tree count. And then our other goal, so as far as invasive vegetation, the only thing that's growing on the site that we could see of note for invasive vegetation is black locust. So we have black locust saplings growing in, and we just want to make sure that we treat those and allow them so that they're not suckering and taking over the entire area. You can see there's some locust stumps on the.
How do you do that, Teresa? How do you keep them without
cut it, and we'll treat it. We'll cut it a little bit high. We'll treat it once, give the herbicide time to translocate to the root system, then cut it again and do a second treatment so that it will prevent it from suckering out and regrowing. Mm-hmm. The saplings that are growing back are, you know, they're like an inch or less, really more like whips right now. So with that, the only other thing that has since come to light, and again, I've shared this with Callie and with Greg at DEP, is the neighbor to the east who had previously received permission to do some cutting on this property in order to maintain his views, is now concerned that the trees that we're replanting are going to be obstructing his views. So I just want to put that out there as information that we've since gotten regarding concerns about this plan from the neighbors. And I know the property owner is also on this hearing, and she is now representing herself legally, so she may have something that she would like to say regarding this as well.
All right, thank you, Teresa. Appreciate that.
This is Bill Driscoll. I'm the neighbor. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to comment or not.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm accepting comments now.
Wonderful. I appreciate your attention to this matter for sure. I've gone before conservation 3 different times over the last 20 years in owning the home. Tim Kent's represented me, and we've tried to do everything in our power to be conscientious, respectful, legal, and in keeping with the Conservation Commission's recommendations, as well as to be as environmentally friendly as possible. We did receive permission to trim some of those trees directly in the area, more or less if you look at this drawing between the shed and the house. That's kind of my view corridor coming down through there. And there are, I think, 3 trees planned to be planted there. I also replanted at the Commission's request and their specific direction native species, and spent, in excess of $10,000 on the whole project over time. So I appreciate, I would like to see, as Teresa outlined, I think most of the trees, from what I can tell that were cut, were to the western edge of the property and not in this area. So I'd appreciate it if there were not trees then replanted in the area that I received permission to trim and cut and maintain over the last 20 years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Driscoll.
Thank you.
Appreciate that input. Other commissioners, comments, reactions?
Bill Vecchio here.
Hi, Bob. Go ahead.
I think letting the oaks regenerate, I think, is a good idea. There's a existing developed root system in the ground, and I think they'll grow a lot faster than if you planted new trees in there. So I would agree with that plan. Also, I think we should get going on this because this is a good time to plant, or shortly will be a good time to plant as plants become available. And if we lose this window again, like we did in the fall, then we'll have more delays and less vegetation.
Agreed. Thank you.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
I too think the plan is a good idea to allow the oaks to resprout and then use coppicing in order to create a strong leader. And in 20, 40 years from now, maybe a nice, mature, fruit-bearing, healthy oak will be there. But I think the point the chair raised is a good one, is how do we, because it's going to take so long, how do we protect them and ensure that this canopy is there 20, 30, 40 years from now? So I think some kind of a restriction might be a way to do that. I mean, this is not a developable area anyway, but this way there is just a permanency, well, for some period, to be sure that it's protected.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Clark. I agree with the earlier suggestion of the chair that a conservation easement be used to assure the future environmental nature and character of the property.
Okay.
And the Del Vecchio here again. Is there any way we can alter the plan a little bit so that Mr. Driscoll still has a view? That's something that we could recommend as well.
Yeah, as I look at it, and I'll ask Teresa to weigh in, it doesn't appear to me that there's much over in that area near the shed where the pines had been taken out that's being proposed. Am I missing something?
No, we're proposing just to the west of the shed. I think we're proposing an oak there, and I think that it sounds like that may be a concern of Mr. Driscoll's. We were proposing a white oak just to the area of the west of the shed, If you see though, there is an old, just to the south of where we're proposing that oak, just to the south of the shed, there is an old 12-inch pine stump there. So I believe that may have been one of the trees that that Mr. Driscoll had previous permission to trim. So that oak would be in that general area. Without having had that information, initially when we did this restoration plan, we were just proposing to plant trees, and in particular, we proposed this white oak because it was an area where we could plant a somewhat larger tree that would not disturb any of the native vegetation around it. So again, we were really looking to place the trees that we're proposing to plant in the areas where we're not going to be causing more disturbance by planting. So we could certainly remove that proposed oak tree from that area.
Can you find another home for it nearby that's not too far?
I mean, that wouldn't block Mr. Driscoll's view, would be challenging, only because the only other area to maybe put that would be to the south of the shed, but that's still going to be in that view corridor. It sounds like he had sort of carved out previously. And where most of the stumps are resprouting on the western corner, we don't want to disturb too much over there. The only thing we could potentially do is maybe take that white oak out and remove it with something that's either more shrubs or something that's going to stay, you know, in an understory size range so that he's seeing over it and not, the canopy isn't blocking. I don't know if that would be acceptable to the commission and to the neighbor.
I think something that stayed lower would be particularly, because I agree with the commission's thoughts on a conservation restriction, but obviously my concerns are, you know, if there's going to be a lifelong conservation restriction, then yes, I would obviously prefer something that would be lower.
And I'm Brian Webster as well, if I could chirp in for a second. I'm also a neighbor, and my view corridor is kind of right along that same area. And I would like to also maintain our view. If you did choose to go with something low lying that doesn't grow tall, then as a neighbor that currently has had a view since I bought the property and given my property the basis for what it's worth, then certainly if there's something that's going to be impeding that view, then I also have concerns along with Mr. Driscoll.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Webster. So, gentlemen, your views are noted. We will try to address them in a satisfactory way. Although, as the Conservation Commission, obviously our first focus area is making sure that the environment and the resource area is restored to a healthy ecosystem.
And Janet,
yep.
It's also important to note that for view corridors to be permitted, they aren't permitted forever, in which case an RDA for a view corridor, while I think it was a really great thing to go through the permitting process, those are valid for 3 years. And to Mr. Webster's point, the established view corridor has to be permitted, and most people spend quite a bit of money to have that, or time to have that put on their deeds to be able to be maintained. So I haven't looked at Mr. Webster's corridor, and maybe that exists for that property, but I think that's worth considering, the conservation to consider that as well.
Yeah, and I would just say one last thing. This is Mr. Driscoll, you know, and we appreciate that. And again, I appreciate everything the commission's doing, but also keep in mind that we did a lot of additional planting. I think those are cypresses, a lot of indigenous species, you know, to help with the environment and to help preserve it as well. So we just really would appreciate your consideration, particularly if you're planning on putting a long-term restriction on this property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is Maria Donahue. I'm not sure.
Yes, Ms. Donahue, hello.
And we have a few things we would like to talk to you about. I just want to make sure, since this has been going on since July of last year, that you recall that we had the meeting with the DEP, and we also per your enforcement order, hired an outside arborist, which we had already paid for one and got another one based on your recommendation. And so between the DEP and the 2 arborists that were hired and were part of this issue, they all said the same thing, that there should not be big trees coming in that could potentially kill the trees that are trying to grow back. So, you know, I do respect the commission, but I do feel because to the same issue of
Maria, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Can you turn off your video? You're breaking up.
Okay.
Can you turn off your video? It'll probably help your audio.
Okay. Turn off video.
Just hover over the bottom of the bottom. There you go. Now that should help your audio.
Okay, very good. So, you know, I think we all agree that the goal is to allow for the move forward. And I think that we've tried to comply. I also feel like the commission, for whatever reason, takes strong exception to what happened. And maybe you're losing the focus because ironically, you don't seem to care about what happened in the front or on the side or anything else. And right now the yard is completely neglected, and we want to work with you and respect, but we also want to try to move forward and look at the big picture here, because it is really more than that. I mean, we are technically there a couple of weeks a year. We have other things to do. I think we paid our dues on this. And I think what you don't realize is, you know, this is going to affect your tax revenue, because our management fees for this property have now skyrocketed. You've got neighbors that are now affected by this. And I just think that you have crossed the lines of being reasonable. And I don't think that you understand that sometimes, because you're there just looking helpless. And Teresa had bent over backwards with this 14-page outline, and it's beautiful. It's magnificent. And I just don't that you could really look at us all right now and say that this should not be approved.
We didn't say it won't be approved, Ms. Donahue. I appreciate your comments and your concerns, but I will just reiterate, we're not ascribing any motivation to anybody in this particular situation. Everybody has their own thoughts on that, but it's not particularly relevant to what we're doing, which is simply trying to resolve this situation to protect and preserve the environmental natural resource there. So that's what we're doing. To the extent to which other people have other agendas, if they can be accommodated, that's great. But if not, the environment is the one that is going to come out of this ahead.
Yeah, we are, we're on the same page. We totally agree.
Okay,
My husband
good.
also like to say a few things, please.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, so I'm Dr. Donahue, and I am actually the property owner. And what you said just a second ago is actually the basis for our shared interest. We completely understand the mission at hand, which is to provide restitution of the environment. Just wonder whether or not there's an opportunity here to facilitate that, kind of move along with things. We thought that Teresa's plan was erudite, to the point, address the principal concerns that we had talked about as a group when we attended your meeting in August of 19. you know, the shared venue of our restitution to this. I think when I spoke to you guys in August of 19, it was an unveiled conversation. This was not the right thing to have done. We recognize that. We accede to the authority of the commission. But on the other hand, it feels like if the simple motive is to provide restitution to the environment, restore the canopy, keep the scaffolding structure of the roots and so forth intact, those should be agenda points that could pretty well be, we could understand them and move along with them. I don't want to, there's a little, my sense, I know you haven't rendered judgment and your point of view is pending, but it did seem that Teresa's perspective here was very well thought out. It actually raised when we last met as a group here in August. So my sense is just that we can always find what's wrong with something. I guess the challenge here is to find what's right and how can we serve this collective mission together.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donahue. I do not disagree with anything that you just said, and that is what we are looking for. We just, as a commission, need to get to a decision point.
Sure.
About how we are going to move forward. We each, I think we're going to have a deliberation on the extent to which each of us is willing to vote on to approve a variation. I think that we have already identified a few areas where Teresa's plan needs a few changes.
Sure.
And a couple of additions to enhance the protections being given to the resource area. But I think we're getting quite close.
Oh, I appreciate those comments, and I apologize for, I myself have been seeing virtual patients, like we're having this virtual meeting this morning, so I did miss some of the earlier back and forth about it, but I do appreciate the momentum in that regard, and I just wanted to remind the group that, you know, our point of view was that we completely accede to the authority and the oversight of the commission, but would like to kind of pick up the pace to the extent that that's feasible and in keeping with your obligations.
It's absolutely feasible, and as Commissioner Del Vecchio pointed out, time is of the essence in some ways in terms of getting started on some of this work that needs to be done.
Well, thank you.
I think that we would likely try to reach a decision and execute on it at the work session on May 6th in 2 weeks. If we can identify anything that the conversation has pointed to in terms of changes or what we need Teresa to do between now and then.
Thanks. One of the things that I heard was remove the white oak and replace with lower growing shrubs.
I'd hate to see that removed. It's the only white oak on the plan, and I would beg that you see if you could find another place for it.
Okay. I wonder if it may make sense to propose to remove one of the pitch pines and replace it with, because we do have 2 other black oaks and then pitch pines squeezed in there. So maybe replace one of the black oaks with a white.
Yes, I mean, I'm speaking out of turn here. I'm speaking for the whole commission saying I would prefer that. And you have 3 pitch pines going in. Now we need to, you also take into account the oaks that are starting to resprout.
Right.
Am I correct in when I looked at the site that the pines do not do that? They're not
actually, the pitch pines are, and they're actually resprouting quite vigorously.
They are? That's the pitch pine. Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that won't resprout or regenerate are the cedars. There are a couple of stumps that are not resprouting for whatever reason, but a majority of the pitch pines are resprouting vigorously.
Okay, well, that's excellent news, so that you could swap out one of the pitch pines and put in keep the white oak. That would be okay.
Okay, great.
This is Commissioner Clark. I had just an observation. Mr. Webster and Mr. Driscoll both made reference to having view corridors. The last thing we need is to get into a middle of something where we're imposing a plan that interferes with prior orders. Given the unfortunate circumstances in which the entire country finds itself. Needless to say, I know how difficult it would be with very limited staff to go try and find the orders and those sorts of things. But perhaps we could ask a favor of the neighbors if they have, I would assume, if it's that important, they would have copies of the orders that establish their view corridors, and they could share those with us so that we could take those into account in assessing restoration plans.
Commissioner Clark, Teresa Sprague, I did forward that information to Callie and to Greg at DEP. I received copies of that from the neighbors and I forwarded it on to, so I believe Callie does have a digital copy of that.
Yeah, and I forwarded it along to you. It's that RDA, which again is valid for 3 years. I don't know if there's additional orders for view corridors on behalf of Mr. Driscoll's property or on behalf of Mr. Webster's property, but I would echo what Commissioner Clark says, that I would imagine those folks would have orders of conditions because they are pretty important documents associated with their deed. If they could forward those along, that would definitely expedite the process.
And this is Mr. Driscoll. I'm certainly willing to look at that, but I think it was, my sense is that it was more of, we went to conservation the 3 separate times just to, remove a few trees and to prune and clip, and then at the direction of the commission to replant indigenous species and additional cypress. And then we've been fine. There's been no need to trim more trees or anything, and in fact, there's a beautiful habitat that is growing there, and that's, as attractive as the marsh views and the water views and all of that. We just don't want, because it takes a long time for trees to grow, and we've done it periodically. I think we went in 03, 09, and in 2014, represented by Tim Kent. I just it would be much appreciated if, new tall growing trees, I've got a young family and we're there all summer, and I've been coming to Chatham for 50 years. And I hope I'm there for another 50, right? And I just would appreciate if we didn't replant things that we paid to remove that would then ultimately grow up into the view. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Driscoll. So I take it then, Callie, that there are no orders of condition on this. It's just
right.
They've received administrative review and/or RDAs at different times.
And those have a fixed life.
Yep.
Of 6 months to a year. And I guess rather than being that it's 45 minutes past, I have construction meetings that I need to attend to move construction along for the town. Why doesn't Teresa come back with a revised plan? Why isn't that work done on Teresa's end rather than having it to be done on a remote setting?
Right. I think that Teresa, it would be okay with you to have conversations with these 2 gentlemen and see how the plan can be finessed without losing any of the plants that are proposed to go in. If it's possible that they would be able to agree with it.
This is Commissioner Holt. I have a question. Are the view areas we're talking about shown on the plan?
They are not, because I was not aware of them when we designed this originally.
Because I don't think there's any formal tree. There's no formal view corridor that we're
right. I don't mean to imply that there is, but just the area where concern has been expressed. Also, I mean, it's going to be 20 years before an oak tree probably even grows up into that a view corridor. Not that that's a good thing, but if the tree is on the periphery of that, it could also be lightly pruned, and still provide a view, even though the tree is there.
Yeah.
We would allow for that in the conservation restriction that we would ask for to resolve this, that there would be limited pruning allowed for the benefit of the views of the neighbors behind. We could build that in.
Yeah, this is what I mean. They don't even care about the trees in the front or anything.
Maria, you're
What?
Well, we do care about the trees in the front, but the fact of the matter is that the restoration plan does not address them. It addresses only the trees in the back.
But why? Why is that?
I don't know. You presented that to us. We didn't.
Well, I was told that you had said that there is a finite area that you will focus on, and it will only be my view. So is that incorrect?
That's absolutely incorrect.
That's incorrect because your property is in the wetland resource area as well as within the 100-foot buffer. And both the buffer zone and the resource area are under jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission.
And we counted the trees that were removed in the front in terms of understanding the extent of the cutting that took place. So that was all calculated.
I understand all that, but what I'm confused about only focuses the view.
No, we're focused on restoring the canopy that was removed.
Okay,
we're trying hard not to.
Has to do with habitat and other trees and so forth. And my point in saying this is that, you know, there are other issues that I feel should be addressed. And I just feel like if your purpose is to protect the habitat, or it should be more than the.
Sorry,
maybe
Maria.
I need to go back and understand.
Maria, you're breaking up a little bit. We're having a little bit of trouble understanding.
Okay. I just am misunderstanding. Seems to be wholly on the view.
No, you're breaking up terribly at this point. We're only getting every other word. What I would suggest to you, though, is to continue your conversations with Teresa as she makes these changes to her plan. And if you have preferences for what you would like her to do in terms of the areas in the front of the house that have not been addressed, then by all means you should. This is your plan. I mean, Teresa is a professional who designed it, but on your behalf, so you're the client. And if you want her to address things in the other areas, then you should absolutely do that.
Okay. All right. I apologize. And I thank you for that clarification. So
Okay.
we will do that.
Yeah, because I actually was wondering the same thing. There are trees that were removed in the front that weren't addressed. Okay, we need to wrap this up. So Teresa, is this possible to do this by the 29th so we can deal with this again and finish this enforcement at the May 6th work session?
The fact that I need to coordinate this with Maria and also with the Driscolls and the Websters.
It's a lot, I know.
Yeah, I'm wondering if perhaps it would make sense, if possible. I know we're looking at trying to get this planting completed, but just to give us some time for everybody to review, if it would be possible to continue to the 13th.
Yeah, that's possible.
Okay, I hate to push this off, but I don't want to make a promise that I can get this reviewed by everybody and into you before next Wednesday.
I appreciate that. That would just be frustrating for everybody involved. So
yeah.
The 13th, okay. The 13th has 40 applications.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pick and choose. We'll figure that out.
Gosh, wow. Okay.
I know we're not gonna hear. We're gonna hear about 6 or 7 probably. So.
Oh, only 40? I'm shocked.
40. I know. Okay. Then do we have a motion to continue this?
Commissioner Holt moves to continue to May 13th.
And this one will be on May 13th because we just need to get a couple of these will actually be on May 13th and this will be one. Is there a second?
Good, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue to May 13th. Commissioner Holt?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye. We didn't set a date for getting the revised plan.
As well, it would be a week before the 13th, so whatever date that is.
May 6th.
Yep. Chair votes aye too, so it's unanimous to continue this to then and wrap it up. All right.
Okay, 108 Mill Hill Road, vegetation removal, regrading and installation of dock-like structure, wetland resource area, and adjacent upland resource area. I've already sent around an email to the commission. The required materials weren't submitted again. So I recommend continuing this to the work session and extending the date received till April 29th.
That would be okay. Can we send him back a copy of an agreement to that and let him know that if the materials are not received by April 29th, we're going to start assessing fines?
Okay.
All right, do we have a motion then to continue this to the work session?
Yes, Commissioner Holt, motion to continue to 5/6.
Is there a second?
Kits, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue to the work session on May 6th. Commissioner Holt?
Aye.
Pitts?
Aye.
Rawls?
I'm continuing to recuse myself on this one.
Yes, yep. Delvecchio? Clark?
Aye. Oh, wait a
Chair
minute,
votes
I have to recuse on this also.
Oh, okay.
I have to abstain because it was before my time.
No, you can continue to vote on this. You're fine with that. This is a
Oh,
continuing
okay,
violation.
that's fine, then I vote aye.
Okay, so it's 501, Mary, to approve to continue it to the work session. And with that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So
Commissioner
moved.
Holt so moves.
Everybody makes the motion.
Second.
All right, the last roll call of the day. Holt?
Aye.
Pitts?
Aye.
Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 12:52 p.m.